listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Finals continue this afternoon on Eastern Football Netball League, and a great game set down for decision this afternoon, and this is the first game of another big double header, and this time second division take stage, and it's the big qualifying final between Templestowe and Mulgrave, and it's going to be a very, very interesting game this afternoon set down for decision. But at this moment in time, it's time for pre-match, and joining me on pre-match this afternoon is Josh Ward and Brett Davidson. And gentlemen, an interesting game, as I said, set down for decision.
It certainly is, and it's great to be out here at Walker Park, Dave. I don't know about you, but you get a special feeling entering the gates out here for Division 2 finals, and super excited to be covering this big Division 2 clash.
Yeah, it is, and it is a great venue for finals. It's a great sized ground. It's generally in beautiful condition. Got the grandstand. It's a lovely grandstand, the old grandstand here, and it's always been a good viewing space for footy, and I'm certainly looking forward to what is going to be a pretty intriguing game of football. This one between two sides who have been pretty dominant in the last. For most of the season, to be honest, with Templestowe finishing second and Mulgrave third, and I think they've both been pretty clearly in the top three this year.
Well, joining us for the first time this year, and it's a very warm welcome to Templestowe coach Paul Ferry-Renza. Good afternoon, Paul.
G'day, how you going?
Well, thank you. My question to you, for starters...
I think there's going to be a few. I came a little bit early because I feel there's a few questions I've got to answer today.
Well, I'm going to probably lead with the bleeding obvious here. You've lost your last three games. Over the last month, Templestowe have had to heavily rotate players in and out. How have you actually coped with that and trying to settle on a combination for this afternoon's game?
As any coach would, have struggled a little bit, but you can't change it. What happened, it wasn't by choice.
No.
We actually have been talking that I think up until round 14 we'd played 29 players, and last week we played our 43rd player. So obviously testing our depth out a lot, our structures and the way we play, but there's nothing much we could do about it. We just had to fight on, and unfortunately we had those losses. It's not great momentum going to the finals, we understand that, but there's a purpose to it to get those players back today at 100%, not at 80%.
Yeah, fair enough. But you've also been giving opportunities to some of the younger players, and some of them are playing today, like Pat Horvath, for an example, Adrian Giovannini and Brody Ibrahim. How have they adjusted to senior footy, particularly this season?
Well, that's the funny thing about football. You put yourself in situations where you have to play players that you probably, in all honesty, didn't think would play senior footy this year at any stage, but Pat Horvath came in and just played three remarkable games for us, like stood out, and we went, actually this kid's better in senior football than he is reserves football. And they're the gems you like to find. They go, okay, well, there is some depth there. That we had a lot of depth, but now there's more, and they earned their spot. So we still got to play players on form, and the form that they showed deserves a spot today.
Yeah, they do, and some other players as well, particularly Ari Motta, who's come across to the club, and we spoke about him when we saw you early in the season out at Templestowe Reserve against Surrey Park. How much of an impact has he had both on and off the field, particularly on field, as that link from midfield into attack?
Off the field, probably his haircuts. So the barber he is, getting all the boys freshies for today.
So did he give himself a haircut this week?
Yeah, they all did. On the field, it's just adding depth to the midfield. We already had a strong midfield, but just a bit of class, a bit of speed and a bit of class is probably what we needed. A bit of that outside, but he can get inside as well. But I think that's something we looked for last year. Just, we've got those bulls. Where's that class coming from? And Ari's been contributing to that.
And I suppose that's been one of the things over the last couple of weeks that's really hurt you is yes, I know Fogarty's been out, and he, being the player he is, I think Josh Warren's the one that really does hurt you when he moves out of that system. He's a very underrated, well, he's not underrated by you, but I think from the whole collective, when people look at, they look at various people, they look at Fogarty, they look at Mariani and whatever. He's been a super player. Having him out must have really hurt you over a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we were actually looking to rest him earlier. He just got a niggle that he needed 1 or 2 weeks, and we decided to make it 2. Unfortunately, I think injuries came before we were going to do that, and then the last 2 weeks we just go, all right, give it to you now.
Yep.
And he has missed a couple early in the year, and his first game back, he's good first up, we call it, so in the horse racing terms. So we just had to do it, and yeah, he is crucial. Like I said, last year he was our best and fairest, so he's rated inside the club.
Yeah, and I suppose the other two I've got are two that we probably the ones you're waiting to hear about. Your past captain, he's been obviously, well, semi-retired, I think is what should have been put into the end of the year. He's played 3 games in the reserves. He's come back. What's that been like to sell to the rest of the group with the fact that he's a bloke who's probably been around the club, but I'm not sure how much he's been training during the year. Played 3, come in, and there's some other boys that miss out because of that.
Yeah, it was what we were toying with. You know, there's a culture, you've got to set a standard. We've abided by that. Yes, Brownie has been the club. He coaches the under-16s as well. Yeah, nice. I've always been in contact with him throughout the year. Even if he had signed and played, he wouldn't be able to play the first half of the year with his knee issues from last year, from the grand final. So he's always been there as and speaking to break in case of emergency sort of scenario we spoke about. And then it sort of came through, and we've had a couple of injuries, like, you know, Jacko Lee's gone down.
I know, that's the one that
it's a
really hurts.
Big injury from us. And, you know, we've got someone like that's fit, been around the club, started training 4 weeks ago, played 3 games in the 2s, and basically had 3 best on grounds by a mile in the 2s. And it was just, class. And the other guys in those positions that probably haven't played much footy in senior footy, and probably didn't have the continuity there, and it was just like, I'm here to win a game of football, and I understand, and the players understand that, and this time of year it's a little bit different, but I've been open and transparent about it to make sure that everyone's sort of okay with that.
All right, and the other one obviously is having the big fella out today, and while you don't have to answer it, I'm going to ask you the question, you don't have to answer it though. Is there a situation where playing today could irritate something more, but you know you've got a second hit next week if you don't win?
Flu. No injury.
No injuries.
So woke up with the sweats last night at 3 a.m, body's aching, in bed, can't move.
Okay.
Probably could take some drugs and get up, but there's no point.
No point.
I don't want that sickness around the group either.
Yep.
No.
So hand on heart, honestly, it's
no.
Man flu or flu. Probably man flu for both case. But
I'm not going to say no on him.
So there's no injury, there was no niggle, there's nothing like that.
Okay.
There's a little bit of illness around the club, but no one was bad. But Bo copped it last night and hasn't been able to sleep, so we just thought it's better to leave out than pull him.
So does Giovannini come into the ruck?
100%.
100%. Yep.
You know, Ryan, underrated, probably out there.
Oh yeah.
But if Ryan rucked all year, you'd be talking about him as one of the prime ruckmen in the competition, I believe.
Well, I suppose the other thing about that is that while you say about him coming in doing that, it's not that it's a weakness, but it's not their huge strength, Mulgrave, anyway.
Yep.
So the fact that you've got a really competitive guy that comes in with a pretty standout midfield, knowing that the opposition hasn't got their best midfielder, does give you a little bit of confidence as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. You can't rely on injuries of anyone because we've all got them, and we've got our fair share right now. But so do Mulgrave. But midfield, games of footy won in the midfield, right? Having Ryan there as a backup for Bows, we're just the lucky side to have that.
Paul, let's just go back. Obviously, we've sort of concentrated on the last 3 weeks and what's gone through the club, but I want to go back over the previous 15 weeks because up until that particular period in time, your form over the season, which has got you predominantly here today, right? You've got to have been happy with the processes and the game plan that you've asked the players to play, because by and large, your figures have been pretty consistent for most of the year.
Yeah, look, it's funny. I wouldn't say we've been consistent. to be honest. The results might say that. But, there's periods there where we talk about we've only played 3 quarters this game and we've let sides in that we shouldn't let in. And we talk about a bit of, is there complacency in the group? The mental side of football is huge. And after last year, the expectation comes in. Last year we fought for it. There was not major expectation from the start of the year, but, this year the expectation was us. And a group trying to deal with that is difficult as well, like community footballers, right? It's a psychological game, and we've sort of had to deal without our form. We've got to where we are, and we've played some good footy in patches. I don't think we've played our best. We leading up to those 3 weeks, we played a couple of good weeks, right, of really good football. We thought, all right, here it goes, and then those injuries came, and we sort of plateaued back down a little bit. But we're always looking to improve. Like, this is, we've got a senior group in today that this is where we've got to start playing football, and now we can't hold back anymore.
And just one final one on the club overall. Your senior women's are through to a grand final. Your netballers played in a prelim, and your 19s are playing finals as well. The only side that's missing out, unfortunately, is the reserves. It must be in a great spot as well off the field also.
Yeah, the club's huge. The Thursday night dinners we have now are a lot larger than they used to be, and we're even getting the juniors involved in Thursday night dinners. We had the 17s in finals as well. And the 16s just missed out. So we've got a good crop of boys. We played 7 under-19s this year as well in the seniors, which is great for the club. But, if we didn't have that in previous years, who are we bringing in? 7 19s to debut. And it's a credit to Ryan Bain and the whole club to just get these teams up and get the place really just buzzing at the moment.
How crucial is it to build that junior pathway as well? Because obviously the Templestowe juniors have moved across to the EFNL this season, and I'm guessing they've been a bit more involved this year in comparison to previous years.
Yeah, it's the most crucial to any club, and everyone should tell you that, because you can't beat juniors and one-pointers. Right, and developing players into your squad that have come from juniors that just want to hang around too. They're not jumping ship to other teams.
No.
So, you get loyalty, you get better players and long-term players for the club, and it allows you to go out and maybe get that 3 or 4 pointer that can add to your club.
Well, I've always said that if you can get 2, say 3 under-19s per year playing in your senior team regularly, in 3 years' time half your side's under-19, past under-19s, and you're right, it's about a range of things. It's about points, it's about dollars, it's about culture, it's about all those things that are really good. My last one to you, not that you ever want to go through it, but you've been through a really tough 4 weeks as a coach. You reckon it's something that it's really made you sit and reflect on your own coaching about how you can be better yourself and the challenges that happen when you're coaching?
Yeah, I have sort of thought about it. Imagine I was a coach with a side that wasn't as good. Like, can I coach? Like, I've come into a side that have got great players, and I've said this before many times, that I'm very fortunate to take over a side like this. And is it hiding my ability to coach? Right? The questions you ask yourself, because I couldn't coach probably, and I hate to say it, but it's the truth, not a strong team to wins, right, with the way we play. And maybe that's, does the game plan suit that sort of squad? It suits a really good side. So, if I ever had control of a team that wasn't as good, I start thinking maybe there is things I need to change the way I coach. But I don't dwell on that. Obviously, I am where I am, and I've got who I've got now.
And at the end at the start of the year, if someone walked up to you and said, we're going to give you a qualifying final position where you finish second, you're not going to sit there and go, that's the disastrous year.
No, we earned it.
Yeah,
right? We
that's
earned
exactly
this spot,
right.
and we earned the fact that, yes, we got those injuries, but we earned the fact to be able to make sure they're 100% today. Now, 5 or 6 would have played last week at 75%.
Yep.
Yeah. Right? That's just, and if that was a final, they would have played, but underdone.
Yep.
We're coming in now with everybody ready to play without a niggle.
Yep.
And that was the focus. Was all right. We are where we are. We can possibly drop to third. Possibly. Does that matter? Away rooms, home rooms.
No, that's exactly right.
Exactly. Form going to the finals, not great. Right. You want to be in winning form, but there's nothing we could do about it.
And this is a different season.
Yeah.
You're starting a different season today.
Yeah, this is it.
So that's the reality. So it's going to be fascinating. The weather's turn for you. It's looking pretty good. So
Yeah.
I think we're all in for a cracking game of footy.
Hope so.
Well, Paul, look, really appreciate you coming up because we did give you put you under the blowtorch a little bit here, but we really appreciate you coming up and sitting down for 15, 20 minutes and putting the Templestowe perspective for not only us but the viewers as well. And hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon you may find your way into a second semi-final against Surrey Park next week.
I hope so too.
Once again, thank you for your time and good luck.
No worries, thank you. I knew the questions were coming, so I was prepared.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you very much. There you go, Coach Paul Fiorenza there from Templestowe Football Club. And yes, the hard-hitting team. We did hit him. We hit him low and we hit him hard, and he responded like a really good coach does.
You've been hanging on to those questions.
You've been hanging on.
It was Sunday. You were saying, "I know what I'm going to ask him next week."
He's one of my favourites, Paul Fiorenza.
Yeah.
He speaks so well for the club, and it was great to hear, obviously, about the juniors and the connection, the culture of the club as well, which has grown over the years. Like I remember when I first joined the media team about 4 or 5 years ago, they didn't really have a 19s. They didn't have a senior women's program there. They didn't really have any juniors coming through. Now they've put those in place, and it's only going to hold them in good stead in the future. Before
Matt Richards joins us, gentlemen, we might just quickly start going through some of the other fixtures set down for decision this afternoon. And look, we're going to kick off as we normally do on our broadcast week in, week out, and it's Premier Division. Premier Division will take centre stage next weekend, but at this particular stage, there's still a sting in the tail this afternoon.
There's still some big games.
And there's still some big games, and the ladder positions of the 4 still aren't settled. So there's something in it for everyone this afternoon in Premier Division. We'll kick it off. Roval are at home this afternoon against Bowen. Bowen, a big win last week by 116 points over a disappointing Noble Park. But I just think at the moment, Roval, they seem to be just a little bit one step ahead of Bowen this season, and they're getting players back. And when Roval are in form, they're pretty hard to stop down at Seabeck. Davo, what do you reckon?
Obviously it was a great win from Bowen last week, and it gives them some impetus to finish the year off well. But I think Roval will want to put their stamp on the competition, and say that we're going to play in a qualifying final the week after, or whatever it may be. And I think they'll be too strong for Bowen.
Yeah, some good inclusions for Roval this week. Josh Clark and Jonty Duffy and Blake Chambers. The Saints VFL duo in Clark and Chambers. But Bowen do have some good players coming in. Felix Knipe is a late inclusion for them after I think North Melbourne's VFL season came to a close. So he'll be nuisance value for the Tigers, but I think the Hawks will be too strong. They'll want to enter next weekend with a lot of momentum, I reckon, Brush.
Yeah, and I think, look, I know the mud. I find it very hard to put a score or a difference here because of Bowen's big win last week. But if the best Bowen came out and played this season, I'd still have Roval at least 4 goals better than them. So I'm going to tip them Roval by about 24.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
Big clash this afternoon. Vermont finished their home and away season against Berwick, who, unfortunately for them, I reckon they peaked around round 14, 15, and have just been they've just been slightly off heading into the last rounds of the season. Josh, Vermont have got it all to play for. A victory here, and even if they've got a 5 to 7% buffer in percentage, could see them nab the double chance this afternoon.
Yeah, they can. With Doncaster East playing against Ringwood as well, there's certainly every opportunity they could play in a qualifying final next weekend out at Jubilee Park. I expect they'll win this game, but I think Spider mentioned the inclusions for Berwick are pretty good. Miller Bergman has had a good season to the VFL. So was Daniel Pinter, who will be quite crucial in that ruck area going up against Liam Old Buxton. I still think Vermont have enough class with Buxton back in. Henry Smith and Noah Burke. It's been an exceptional season for both of those players. In for some key senior names who I reckon they're probably being rested.
Yeah, John Johns and the Wilcox. I saw Johnsy a couple of weeks ago, round 16. Didn't look like he was injured. Haven't heard any news out of Vermont that he won't be fit and firing for the finals. I think Vermont get the job done. Similar margin, 30 points for mine.
Yeah, look, the Berwick have had a fantastic season, played really well coached, but I think Vermont know that they're playing finals. They want to finish off really well, and I think they win it by 3 goals today.
South Belgrave played their grand final last week and got the chocolates over South Croydon by the barest of margins.
Yeah.
But that win last week basically cemented their position in Premier Division for 2027. Blackburn did very much the same thing last week with their victory, sealing their top 5 credential. Interesting format. I think Blackburn will win this game, but I don't think that they can afford to take their foot off the till.
No.
They need to be running they've got to be running into this final series in Premier Division in pretty good nick, Davo.
Yeah, and I think they will put their foot down today. I think they'll really go hard at winning this big, and they have got a forward line that can do it. That's the thing that's probably in their favour. And South Belgrave probably played their grand final last week, so I don't think they'll go in there and think that they've got no chance. They've got a couple of decent guys that have come back into their side. But I think, Blackburn will be way too strong today.
They'll provide nuisance values, but I mean, Blackburn bring back Riley Winter, Kynan Brown, Lachlan Boucher. Fraser Elliott is also into the lineup this week.
Oh, so he has come in, has he?
He has come in.
So it must be someone's come out because he wasn't even listed as an emergency, I don't think.
Jack Brisbane, Sharkey, Jamie Armitage and Lucas Tovey out of the lineup, but I expect Blackburn will be able to get over the line out of Belgrave South as we're now joined by our second coach, Brash, for the pre-game.
We are, and it's a very, very warm welcome to the Mulgrave coach, Matt Richards. Good afternoon, Matt.
G'day, guys. How we doing?
Not bad.
Very well, thank you. Congratulations once again. Home and away season safely negotiated and another finals appearance. Obviously, with Connor Tilliard out today, it's a bit of a loss for you, but nonetheless, the playing group, it's not about one player, and it's a team of 22 each week, and they've got the job done.
Huge loss. But he's actually been really good about it, really around the group and really invested. Club captain, I think, probably helps because you are still the central figure. Someone else will toss the coin today, but he's our skipper. We've got some other tricks in there. Obviously, we can't replace him. No. But other guys need to step up. Riley Villanis, Giorgio Varigianis. I know David's a big fan of Aussie Dean. He's been going through the middle a bit now too lately. So we've still got that speed that we can cover. We just deal with it. Part of footy.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about Riley Villanis. How crucial does he become now? Because he's had a really good season. He's been really great since coming back to Mulgrave. But with Tilliard and Angus Shervisoni obviously out for a little while now, how crucial is he today? Yeah,
massive. It's funny. So he's a local. So he grew up with all these boys, but he's desperate to be the best. And it's like you're trying to pick the team early in the year, even training when I'm trying to split the groups up and mids up to go against each other. And if Connor's our starting point because he's the skipper, Riley's like, well, why aren't I on his team? And he's genuinely cheeky, funny kid. So, here you go, mate. Here's your chance. Yeah. And he's had a sensational year. Really good, yeah. He
has. And I noticed some of your inclusions as well, Jack Davidson and Nathan Peddle, both with a bit of finals experience as well. Davidson in recent history, Peddle with Oakleigh District after coming across obviously to Mulgrave, or back to Mulgrave last year. Was that something you had in mind to bring in some of those players for some of the younger players in the lineup the last couple of weeks?
A little bit. We're definitely giving guys a chance coming through. Nathan, he had an ACL a couple of years ago, so he was a bit sore last week where they took it, in the hammy. Yeah. So sort of didn't want to risk him on that. But he's been really good. High footy IQ, real character around the club. He's had a really good year for us. He did the whole pre-season. I don't think he came back in until about round 7. Missed the first 7 games, just sore. But once he's been in, he's been super. So, Jack Davidson comes back in. He won a BNF for us a few years ago, so there's some experience there. pretty comfortable with those two ins.
Not that I ever do this all that publicly, but I have to say, I think you've done a sensational coaching job this year.
Thanks, mate.
And purely because there's not many clubs, not many teams that can recover from some of the injuries that you've copped. I know everyone gets injuries, don't get me wrong, but we're talking about two of the best 6 midfielders in the competition. I know one's only been out for a couple of weeks, but the other one's been out most of the year. You've been able to cover that reasonably well. I think Parker's a huge linchpin in that group because of his ability to match all the other balls.
Yep.
But he's not only just an in and under bull, he can play outside as well. But I've been so impressed with your back half. Your back half's been really good. They've just often come up against players bigger than them, but you've been able to just work a system out where you've been able to close sides down and not allowed to be scored against too highly when you go forward. I think Manny's had a really good year, and especially when he has when he's got your full forward there. He just is that hard matchup, isn't he? Because he's that height that's a bit difficult. He moves well. He can push up the ground. He can push back. He's got a bit of confidence. He's always had confidence. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
But he's now actually putting it on the ground. Is that something reasonable to say about those boys?
Yeah, definitely. Manny's elite endurance, which he's worked on really hard. You know, from when you would have seen him as a junior. Yeah, and he was stayed home full forward to now he's the fittest at the club. So he's worked on that. He's just had to get the balance right. Helps having Fletcher Roberts down there. It's just enormous for the whole group. But for Manny, just to know when to go and when to come back and all that sort of stuff. And our back line this year, there was a game I think this year where we might have had one player still in it from round one. Like they were just dropping like flies. It was just that next man up. Backline coach Peter Greenstreet came back to the club this year, former senior coach of the club. So he's just got a really basic mentality of you are a defender. It's all about we, not about me. Beat your man, and our defenders have been super. So and we've got some really strong personalities in there. Real. Strong Mully people, Geordie Falloon, Baxalise down there. Alex Hardy, who'll toss a coin for us today, gives us that drive coming out.
Is he still Mr. Mulgrave, Alex Hardy? I remember last time we were out at Mulgrave, he gave us all, Conatello gave us the nickname Mr. Mulgrave.
Well, he might be, I don't know.
What I do like about him, he's nearly a captain in the back line.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I watched him behind his ability to control and reorganise the group with his voice is exceptional.
Yeah.
And then when you go forward, when you get that wave going, if you go back and look at the start of the wave, a lot of it comes back to Hardy and his ability to start that wave with his, whether it's a give, whether it's part of the run, whatever it be. He's been fabulous.
His kicking is fantastic.
Yeah.
With super. So I'm not hard on him, but if he's got the ball in his hand, it has to continue into the next Mulgrave player's hand. So don't overthink it. Don't over-risk it, because just his natural game is so attacking. So just pick the one you're going to hit and just take it. And he kicks out, and these are only 45s here. He'll send it 20 metres past that, which is in a passing motion. So it's good for us. It sets us up.
So you come into this game, you walk in, you've looked at the sides, and you find out that Mitchener's not playing. I'd have a smile on my face because the bloke is a superstar with his hands.
Absolutely.
Superstar with his hands.
Yep.
How does it change your thinking?
I do. I have played against Templestowe when Bo has pulled out before at Mulgrave. Might have been a couple of years ago, and we got rolled because we got ahead of ourselves.
Yep.
Okay, there's still the 22 of them.
Yep.
I rate all the Giovaninis. I really rate Ryan's ruck work.
Yes.
So he goes in there. He's certainly not the 18th ruckman in the comp. He comes in and he'll give him a genuine opportunity in there. But our ruckman, Bryce Curtis, he's really important to us. And let's be honest, no one beats Bo. If you can break even with Bo, it's a massive day. So we get a chance to get some first use now, which would be good. And disappointing for Tempe, but it was hard to follow this week. I heard the podcast, so I was the same. How many guys came in this week off their different preparation. But, that we've just got to move on. Even picking our team, we couldn't, there was no matchups to worry about. We just pick our team and then we wait till their team comes out and we look into it.
Matt, I want to ask you, as a season, have you been able to, throughout the season, just experiment with your side and give some players that have played in some different positions, especially made for a day like today?
Yeah, it's in my fourth year now at the club, and finals every year. So you never stop understanding the difference between finals and working on, when you've got to shut down a game and when you've got to make those moves. Fletcher Roberts, obviously a AFL premiership defender. So that's easy for everyone to say, put him behind the ball. He's a lot older than what he could be. But what he can do is teach the next run along how to do it. And, Fletcher might go back behind the footy today as well. Who knows? Or as in, I haven't thought about that yet, but we've got other options there as well. So, we do a lot of different planning coming in.
So in Fletcher's case, because of his innate understanding of the football, do you trust him implicitly if he turns around and makes the decision on the ground and then decides, oh, look, I might need to go down the back line to plug a hole?
Yeah, 110%. Yeah, on him, do it. Yeah. He's an assistant coach anyway. Yeah. If anything, my only thing he doesn't have the ego he should have. Yeah.
So he parks it at the door.
Absolutely. So he will nearly say, well, you didn't tell me to. And it's like, come on, mate.
but we've also seen, watching Vision during the year, what I have been impressed with him doing is that his ability to read the game of footy is so good. I've seen him push himself down onto a wing and playing a wing for 5 minutes.
Yep.
And you go, well, opposition goes, how do I match that up?
Yeah.
But then it's his ability, because that changes the momentum slightly, and then he wanders back into the forward line and you've got the momentum back to go forward. That's where he's really strong, is his ability. As you say, he will push himself defensively, but he won't just stay there.
No. It'll
be until the game changes and he feels the game change that then he can go back and be creative in the spot that he starts in.
Yeah. He's been huge for me as a first-time senior coach. When he came to the club, he's just got that much information. You've just got to get it out of him.
Yeah.
He's willing to share it, but he doesn't throw it down you. But you ask, and he's very forthcoming.
Is he a coach in the making?
I think maybe he's just had his first kid. So definitely when we got him to the club, that was a big thing. He wanted to stay in footy. He just loves it. Yeah. But first kid, he's got a new job going on at the moment, and I think he's come into suburban footy and gone, geez, the coaches do a lot.
Yeah. Bit of a rude awakening.
Yeah. So he'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
He helps with so much. Even the training over the last few years, just a couple of drills we do that we hang a bit of shit on him and say it's AFL, elite AFL training what we're doing now, because it's something I probably wouldn't try on the boys, but he'll go, nah, listen, we do it at the Doggies, let's try it here. And we've kept working on it to the point we can do it well enough.
Exactly. I touched on this with Paul before, but the club overall, and it's a question I always like to ask this time of year. You had your 19th win earlier today against Surrey, and your reserves are currently leading Surrey Park at the moment as well, early in the last quarter. That must give the boys a little bit of a lift, and also the Rezzies and the 19s boys, knowing they're playing before the senior group in a big game for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Thursday night, big night, room full. I love, Mitcham do a fantastic job. They're so good here. They deserve their MCG of the East self-title, but I love it. Having all three teams in the one room, it's just those little things about you're not sharing. It's just us.
It's momentum.
Yeah, it's really helpful. All our club will train. Every session we start together. We'll break off at different times. I think Tuesday this week we did the whole session together with the 19s, 2s and 1s. So it's been good. They're a bottom age team, so a lot of them first year at a senior club. Really bought into pre-season. That was fantastic. But so that momentum, that's huge.
Crucial,
and you've got the hidden gem that no one knows about called the Glen Waverley Rovers. That have been able to feed through those real... Geez, they've got some talent coming through
Those
that group,
kids,
don't
yeah,
they?
yeah.
Those feed through into the 19s, and it seems to be every year I look at the list and go, where have these guys come from? Then I look back and go, okay, they come from their 16s or 17 and a halves. Often their 16s go straight back into the 19s and have a go. So
and we put in a bit of time there, but like I coached there.
Yeah.
My son was there, so his group came through. And you know, once you've been in the junior program, you're very connected to the couple of years above you and the couple of years below. So yeah, you can keep being able to stay connected where we can, and one of our assistants and a guy, Mark Kavanagh, does a power of work with the junior clubs. So it's really important. But we reckon we could probably 80% of our list is ex-Rovers.
Yep.
It's been going on for a long time.
Yeah,
It's not 2 or 3 years.
It has been.
20 years worth of real connection and development.
Well, Matt, what thank you very much for coming up and giving us your time today. Both yourself and Paul have been very, very good with your time and given us a lot for pre-match this afternoon. It's basically a free hit for both sides this afternoon, because you get another chance next week, but for one side it'll be a little harder. But hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon, you may have booked a date with Surrey Park in the second semi next weekend.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. Absolutely. Can't wait. I'm
Thanks,
really
mate.
excited. And yeah, Tempe, I love their list because I've coached against this group for so long now. So when all those names came out last Friday night, I'm like, yes, know him. So yeah, it should be a good hit out. Can't wait. Thanks for everything you guys do.
But for now, thanks, Matt.
Cheers.
Thanks, Matt.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The coach of the Mulgrave Football Club, Matt Richards, joining us on pre-match this afternoon. Always a pleasure when we have the coaches come on. They give us a lot,
Fantastic insight as well.
And we've been given a plethora of information this afternoon from both coaches, and they've articulated their cases very, very well, Davo.
Oh, definitely. And look, and they're ripping blokes too. That's the other thing, is that, Matty's been around a long time. I remember I coached against him in under-19s. So, and he was really good then, and then he took the senior job on and he's been really good. And they're a side that, they always make finals.
They do. Well,
They've struggled to get past the third tier. Like, they've got to the prelim or they've got to the first semi and not got over the next hurdle. But they've got a side this year, and it's a shame because I know injuries, but I would have loved to have been able to see Chilliard in there, because not so much Jervis-Ona, he hasn't been in the side most of the year, but Chilliard, if he's there and they happen to get over this today, my goodness, that'll be a wonderful game next week. Look, it doesn't mean that if they get over that it won't be, but you just want to see the best footballers out there.
I reckon either way it's going to be a great game.
Yeah. And finally, Davo, you probably will remember this. When you mentioned the Rovers before, right, I can go back even further than that, because when I played football, when Mulgrave were very strong in the 80s and 90s, their feeder club was a club from the Nuttawading Junior District Football League called Northvale Mulgrave.
That's what they were.
And they absolutely, in those days, even were filling good players into that club.
And they were dominant in their competition. I
tell you what, I remember when I was playing for Heatherdale, we were on the end of some frightful floggings from them, I'll tell you.
That was a lot of fun playing for Heatherdale
It was.
as well.
I did. I enjoyed my days of my junior football. Well, I'll tell you what, let's have a break. I reckon.
Agree.
And then when we come back, we'll have a chat with amongst ourselves again, and we'll go through all the games. Look, this is qualifying final day here on the Eastern Football Netball League. It's Templestowe versus Mulgrave. We're coming live to you on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying final day here at the MCG of the Mitcham Football Ground, commonly known as Walker Park, here in Nunawading, in the leafy suburbs of the east. And we've had a great half an hour with the coaches, and it was probably a really, really enjoyable half. I hope you enjoyed it. And we're now going to finish up with all the games that are still set to be set down for decision this afternoon. We have one more game to cover in Premier Division this afternoon, Josh, and it's South Croydon taking on Noble Park. And look, it's probably it's a game that both sides already know their fate, but there's pride on the line. And I think this afternoon, South Croydon will probably, especially in front of the Cheon Park faithful, don't want to go out on a big note. But for Noble Park, they need to give a performance last week that that can sell them some hope, because they are going down next year.
And I think they'll be competitive. And it was an interesting discussion about what comes ahead for Noble Park with yourself and Spider, Davo, on the podcast yesterday that you did a great job with. But I think they'll be nuisance value for a little bit against South Croydon, but they've got a little bit to play for, because it's Brendan Allen's last game as coach of the Bulldogs. And
Steve.
Yes, Steve Hughes as well. So I think the home ground advantage just leans me over to South Croydon in this case.
Yeah, look, I think, as I said yesterday, I think Noble might come out and play with some freedom, because what have they got to lose? They haven't got much to lose if they do. And if they do and get on a run, you never know, they can have a win. While it can't be at the magnitude that they need to make up the percentage, they could still win the game. I think South Croydon will also want to finish with a bit of pride, want to send Brendan off with a win. But also, I don't know, is Dano King going on again next year? So maybe
we'll wait and see.
It could be his final season, I don't know. But I'm sure, and there'll be other players that either move on for the club or whatever it may be. But, Yeah, I think they're going to be too good. But I think it'll be, especially the first half, I think it'll be a pretty entertaining footy.
Yeah, I think it'll be a 70 to about 50-point game, which makes it for mine a South Croydon victory.
Yep.
Braden Kilpatrick and Connor Smith back into the lineup alongside Tom Shink. I think that helps them this weekend also.
Let's turn our Division 1, and Division 1 finals also starts this weekend, and there are probably a few disappointed people out here that we're not covering the game that's set down for decision this afternoon. But look, we'll get to them at a certain part of the final series. But Tormore Reserve, the return of Tormore Reserve as a finals venue, sees Mitcham taking on Park Orchards this afternoon. Mitcham went into that last game. I don't think they were overconfident by any stretch of the imagination, but on paper they looked good. The suspension of Alden now with the 3-week suspension takes off the gloss a little bit there, I think, for Mitcham. I've been really impressed with Park Orchards, especially the last 2 months of the season. They've gone, to me, they're the side that have been out on a mission. You can tell the way they're playing. They're out there to prove a point, Davo.
Yeah, they've done it differently this year. They've won a multitude of their close games. They've done what they've needed to do every week. As I said yesterday, look, we spoke for, I reckon, 40 minutes just on these two finals.
Yeah.
Yesterday, very, very difficult to work out who really has got I suppose, a basis to say they're definitely going to win. I've eventually gone with Park Orchards because of the fact that I think they've just been consistently strong the whole year. Mm-hmm. Mitcham, I still worry about Johnson coming in for his first game after only one reserves game and missing 14 games before that. Oldham being out of the team. I think Josh May's out of the side.
He's injured, unfortunately.
So they've got a few out that I think will just allow Park Orchards the opportunity to get over the top. But it's going to be close no matter what. I just think Park Orchards for me just.
I'm going to back in Mitcham. They've got an impressive finals record. I went back during the week and it's 6 finals victories in a row. Last time they lost a final was back in 2023 when they went down to Montrose in overtime out of Tormore Reserve, and all their finals victories have come out there. So they know how to play the ground. I know it's been 2 years since they last played out there. Well, played a final out there as well, but I think they'll enjoy the fact that it's not a mud-filled ground unlike the last time they were there. And I think they'll enjoy the bigger spaces. Speaking with a couple of people from Mitcham as well, they don't mind playing on the bigger grounds. I think it'll suit them this weekend against Park Orchard, but it'll be close. It'll be a really good game.
Well, it seems like that Tormore's probably the only thing that is Park Orchard's kryptonite, really, because when they went and played Baronia there a couple of weeks ago, they only got over the line by 12 points. And Mitcham, obviously, Tormore, its familiarity, it's been the scene of their biggest successes. And you can't help but always, when you walk into a ground with that, getting that great feeling that, the past has served you well. But it just, for mine, after last year's grand final, I looked at those Park Orchards players, right, and I looked at myself and I thought, the eye and the saint, they're going to be back again next year, and I'm not getting off them. I'm not going to get off them, and I think this game is going to go right down to the wire, and I reckon Park Orchards will just get over the line by a goal.
Talk about going to the wire.
Cool, this reserves game's an absolute cracker.
Oh, he's played at a point.
So, Surrey Park, have been trailing for most of this game. They now lead by 5 points, and there is time on in the final 2 quarters, in the final 15 from the 15-minute mark onwards in the reserves, and it's an interesting situation, Brash.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's nearly 20 minutes, and Mulgrave had a shot for goal
that just missed
from 40 out.
Maybe we should call this game.
Of which they thought they'd kicked a goal, and the umpire gave it a point. So it's it's certainly tense.
Maybe we should call this game.
No, we can't confuse
We
the
can't.
listeners,
Not
mate.
with you, Josh, because you get too excited about us. Yeah, they've hit the front. You've gone up. You're punching the air. So
well, we won't look. We'll touch on when the main call team come on. We'll let them go through the Templestowe Mulgrave scenarios. We won't talk about tomorrow's game because that will be a discussion for tomorrow's for a pre-match. Let's move into third division, and it's second semi-final day in third division, and we got a bit of a taste last weekend of what's to come in third division. Let's talk about the game set down for decision this afternoon. Donvale are taking on the Basin. That was a sensational second half performance by the Basin last week after having to work extremely hard in the first half with Upper Gully right on their backside. I was really impressed. That third quarter was as good a quarter of football I've seen from any side in that division in a long time.
It'll hold them in good stead heading into this weekend as well, I reckon, the Basin. And I've tipped them. I'm really confident in what they can do out of Wallitree Reserve. I don't know how Donvale will go, but again, just briefly, touching on this reserve game, Mulgrave have kicked a goal to hit the front, and we're at the 21.5-minute mark of the last quarter. So they lead by a point after they missed that shot from before, Davo. But the Donvale Basin game is a cracking contest, I reckon.
Yeah, look, I think Basin have been the form side probably in the last half of the season. They've really done some great stuff. They're playing well, doing everything that they need to do appropriately. They were great in the last half last week, particularly with their switching of players around the ground. And
what a win!
Yeah, big win for Mulgrave over Surrey Park in the reserves by 1 point. So they go on next week to play in the second semi-final against East Burwood or Croydon.
And Surrey Park will play the winner of East Burwood and Scoresby tomorrow.
Yeah. So
I see someone giving it a fist bump.
Yeah, so East Burwood, I've got it now. The Basin, I think, are moving in the right direction. Donvale, we can't count Donvale out.
No.
You don't finish on top of the ladder if you've not been a very good side during the year. I just think they've been a bit clunky recently. I don't think they've been able to demonstrate their flowing play that they had earlier in the year, had a few injuries. They've got a strong side in tomorrow, but I just feel that the Basin are at their right. I think it's 12 in a row they've won now. They're at their right peak, and I reckon they're going to be too good tomorrow just.
Donvale by 3 points for me today. That's how close I reckon it will be.
The Basin by 5 for me.
And finally, I think the game that is set down for decision this afternoon in Division 4. Division 4 finals also start as well. And today's game is a second semi-final with the winner going straight into the grand final, and it's Warrandyte taking on Chirnside. And I listened to the boys yesterday, and I went back and did some of my own research, and I had about 5 or 6 points that I put down, that I put what can Chirnside do to Warrandyte in any of those 6 points, and I could not find a winner out of that for Chirnside. I think Warrandyte have had a fantastic year. They're well coached, they're well drilled, they've got a really good full forward. I reckon they're going to get. I think they really are going to put Chirnside to the sword today.
I think so as well. I think Warrandyte, Gab Stump fight. I wonder how many goals he'll kick. He needs 11 to crack the ton, and I reckon he'll look to make most of that up today or in this final series. I expect that Warrandyte get over the line and reasonably comfortably as well, Davo.
Yeah, look, I don't think you can ever discount a side that's playing in a second semi, but I think we've got a winner in Warrandyte coming up.
Well, gentlemen, that's pre-match done and dusted, and for this afternoon. And when we come back, the call team will assemble and present to you this afternoon the big clash between Templestowe and Mulgrave.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on the floor. Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon from Walker Park. It is go time in Division 2. It's a qualifying final day between Templestowe and Mulgrave, and we cannot wait. What a morning it's already been. It's some real nail-biters in the under-19s and the reserves. Congratulations to Mulgrave just winning a nail-biter by 1 point against Surrey Park. And, of course, their under-19s just getting over the line. Also in a very tight game this morning. So some great football we've already seen, but today it's all about who can go through and take on Surrey Park next week. A huge clash between these two sides. They've already met twice this season, with Templestowe getting the chocolates early in the season and then also in round 11. But they come into this final in some average-ish form by their standards, but they've got some big players back and they are fired up. And it was great to hear Coach Paul Fiorenza and, of course, Mulgrave coach Matty Richards chat pre-game to the guys, who did a fantastic job. My name is Ben Warren Smith, and the scene is set out here on a sun-drenched Walker Park. The ground looks in perfect condition. The team is ensembled, and we are ready for a big clash today. And I'm going to welcome the team that we have here, up here in the media box at the top of the grandstand, the best place to watch football across the league. There's no doubt about that. And it's a very good afternoon to the rock star who travels by train. His name is Jared Beanland, and welcome to you, mate.
Thank you very much, BWS. I actually could walk here this time, so a very nice walk down Mitcham Road. But it's finals time. I love this time of year. I love coming here specifically to Walker Park. It is one of the best places to watch local footy. And Templestowe v Mulgrave, I mean, what a mouth-watering clash we have on our hands, especially with the Stars back in for Templestowe. We'll see if they can get some good footy into them heading into the final series.
Great to be riding shotgun along you this afternoon. And, of course, our main special comments man for 2026. He comes and he goes, he comes in and goes, but it's great to be having him on board all season this year. And it's a very good afternoon to a man who's excited about finals time with the best of them. Good afternoon to you, Brett Davison.
Thanks, BWS. You'd think I'd learn after all this time to turn the microphone on, wouldn't you?
After you just finished giving us a masterclass.
Yeah, masterclass. Turn the electricity on. But yeah, looking forward to this game today. It's got so many intriguing parts to it with all the different players that have come back into Templestowe's side. Mitchener dropping out last night with the flu. So that changes things. Chilliard for getting injured, and I can see him out on the ground at the moment talking to our boundary rider, Blake. So, yeah, you've got one of the best midfielders out and the best ruckman out, two opposite sides. It's going to be a fascinating game of football, this one.
Absolutely great to have you on board, and of course a man who joined us last week for a cameo special guest appearance, I should say, and he's come back again for the second week in a row. He's a premiership player at the Doncaster Football Club. That was back when I was playing juniors down at Doncaster. That's a long time ago, but also, of course, with Surrey Park in the seniors and the reserves. These days, he's the football operations coordinator. His name is Michael Paolini. Good afternoon to you, Pales.
Hey, BWS. Hey, boys. Yeah, really looking forward to this. As Davo said, it should be an intriguing contest, and yeah, someone asked me before, who do you think will win, and it's absolute coin toss.
Absolutely, and a little bit heartbreaking for your boys in the earlier games today.
Yeah, it was, but that's the benefit of getting a double chance. You get another crack at it next week and go again and regroup and hopefully get the chockies next week.
Fantastic to have you on board, and of course in the Stats Centre there's plenty of great games as you go local for your football. We're in the final round of Premier today, and of course finals is all upon us, and Paul Yacconi in the Stats Centre is going to keep us across all those important scores and the stats today, Paul.
Yes, it's great to be here. It's always exciting at this time of year for finals, and especially coming out here to Walker Park. Really intriguing game today. I'm looking forward to it.
Great to have you on board. Let's cross down boundary side for the first time this afternoon. Standing front and centre is Blake Tennant.
G'day listeners, g'day BWS, great to see you on the call as well, but what a contest we have here. Mitchener out for Jake McSwain, so that's a change for Templestowe. Mulgrave going as selected as well. Conditions a little bit towards where I am, down the south, bit of breeze around there, but not too much as well. Grass is green, let's play football, let's do it.
Well, it's go time here in the Division 2 qualifying final. The umpire holds the ball aloft, and here's Jared Beelan to get us underway.
The pointy end of the season has arrived for Division 2's the big boys clash. It was Giovannini to get the first touch, burrowing his way under, but not coming away with it, was Matt Mariani, the former Ram.
Bit unusual, Mariani, to be under a pack.
Giovannini slaps it down. It was Mulgrave to get the clearance instead, however. The chase is on. It's Carl Giovannini this time. The ball has a mind of its own, though. Finds the boundary line. And I'm looking out for Alex Brown because I am intrigued as to where he's going to start on the ground. He might be on the bench at the moment, but the big number 40 who's come in for his first senior game for this year, came out of retirement to help his beloved Templestowe side through the final series. As Fogarty got that kick away, it was Alex Hardy under plenty of pressure, holding the ball. It was great tackle by Traculia. And inside 50 for the first time go the Dockers. It wasn't a great kick inside 50. Searching for it was Kazakis at the, well, once again at the bottom of the pack is Mariani. And he got the sling tackle infringement. And we're just a minute in, and Templestowe already have their first shot at goal.
Yellow card too, by the way.
Oh, that is a hard thing to see for a Mulgrave supporter right at the start of the game.
I like the way that they've done this. If they've set this precedent now, as long as they continue it right through.
Yeah. So Oscar Bartlett coming off for that yellow card too, boys.
Thank you very much. Brilliant work early doors by Blake Tennant.
Fair old run-up Matty's got here.
Indeed. 28 goals.
He could just about lift off if he gets close.
28 goals is his personal best way back in 2019 for the Rams. Currently, he's got 23 for the year for the Dockers. This will be an important start to the final series for Templestowe if he's able to slot it. Yes, he is. First on the board to Templestowe.
He's nearly got bigger thighs than you, Michael.
Yeah.
He's a big unit, isn't he?
The difference is I don't spend a day in the gym, mate.
No, that's right. Yours is all natural. I understand that.
Good little nerve settler for Templestowe there. I reckon they would have had that on the whiteboard and get the first goal and settle things down a little bit.
Because they would have had lots of people talking about what's happened with them, with the players in and out, and to get that first goal is really good for their confidence.
So the Dockers draw first blood. Curtis goes up. Giovannini went after it and got a second tap on it. Straight down the throat there of Jakulja, who got crunched in a tackle, hit the deck, and we'll have a ball up just forward of centre here for Templestowe. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 1 straight 6 to no score. Curtis, little toe poke off the ground. Handball out wide. They've worked it up towards the half forward line. Kick by Absary up towards the top of the goal square. It's flicked out the back. It's live ball. Lease has got to be quick. He just got boot to ball in the nick of time. Still inside their defensive zone here. The Lions. Strong tackle by Michael Fogarty just to hold things up, and we'll have a ball up about 40 metres out from goal. Pretty fast tempo early in the piece. Curtis had the front spot, palmed it down nicely. Mariani stood like a brick wall. No one was going through that one, and we will have another ball up.
They set up really well, Templestowe. They always play 4 across the line on the ground. They've got 4 across the back half and 1 protecting.
Curtis got the palm down again. Quick kick into the middle now for the Lions, but it was nicely chopped off there by Young. Got the quick handball away up towards a half-forward line now. Bouncing football. Almost could have been a free kick paid towards the Lions against Young. The umpire said play on. Varagianis got it out towards... Gianni got it out towards the half-back line. Is still alive. Dancing around was Bauer. Did a little pirouette. Got the kick down towards the wing position. Almost pulling the ball in with Sarkissian, who's had a fantastic year. He's kicked 28 goals. Sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Out on the outer side, we'll see. Oh, let's go down to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a quick match-up as well. So Wooten has got the job on Fletcher Roberts at the moment, and that's the main one. I'll get through more.
It's a big job for Doug Wooten down there. As the ball's fed out, Ari Motta sends it forward for the Dockers. Just out of the hands of Seedsman, swings onto his right. The goals are at his mercy, but it's out in the full. No score added to the tally. And it's Alex Hardy to bring this one back in. Such a workhorse down in defence for Mulgrave. Sarkissian was the recipient, back to Hardy. And his kick was under a lot of pressure, so Ari Motta cut it off. He's kicking a bit from goal. Kept it way too low for Kazakis. Mulgrave are able to try and capitalise on that, but running into the tackle there was Sarkissian, and Abzeri is not letting him go anywhere. 5 minutes into the first quarter, qualifying final action in Division 2 from Walker Park. Thank you very much for joining us as it spits out the front side of the pack for Mulgrave. Sarkissian wrapped up again. Kazakis goes in, Bonnie gets the tap down. Parker sharing it through hands as they want to do, Mulgrave. Now they kick down the line. It was a 2-on-1 situation. Aussie Dean way too short to combat with Giovannini and McSwain over the line. So Mulgrave did well enough there to even the contest in such a disadvantaged marking situation. As we get a throw in. It's Curtis to go up against Ryan Giovannini. Good slap down. The replacement for Mitchiner is playing his trade well. Mariani, the ball just bust his way through, but he's not going to get away from Jack Davidson. Sorry, Nathan Peddle it was, in fact. Great job there by the former Oakley District man. And he's going to switch the ball up, trying to charge through the defence for is Mulgrave. That was Tyler Villanis out into the wing. Could be in a bit of trouble, though. But the kick, well, it was cut off by Jake McSwain, and Templestowe will take this away.
Ball still stays alive, though, for the Dockers. Backwards to go forwards. Giovannini in an underhand ball. They'll still go wide. They do so now. Up towards the half-forward line for the Dockers. Big fist over the back. Who can run onto it? It might be Warren. He had some support there in Chakulja. It's going to sit up for him. Can Christian kick a goal? It'd be a perler! And he's hit the pine 3/4 of the way up. Well, that would have got the crowd going. First blemish on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It goes the way of Templestowe. They've had all the scoring early in the piece. 1-1-7 to no score.
Yannick Kazakis is not too happy there. He's standing by himself at the top of the goal square when he went to have that shot.
Michael Rauskas will be the one to bring it in for Mulgrave. His target down the line. Well, it went right over his head. Templestowe well enough set up as Bauer goes again. He was the marking option, but found it at ground level. Got the ball out, but Adrian Giovannini disrupted the flow. On hands and knees it was by Bauer. Not really able to get too much away. Spinning out of trouble was Ryan Giovannini. James has to lay the tackle in the end, though. And Templestowe not going anywhere. We'll go to Paul in the stat centre.
Yeah, Templestowe have really locked it in their forward half to start this game. 6 inside 50s to 0 so far in favour of Templestowe.
Ari Motta got the clearance, tried to bust his way through. Giovannini just shrugs off his opponent. Easy enough, and then the mark's been taken right in front of the Mulgrave interchange bench. Can't quite see who it is. They're obscured from my vision. It might be Seedsman.
It is.
Number 12.
It is indeed. So Mark Seedsman, he's been a major goal kicker for the Dockers this year. Such a good pickup in the off-season. Oh, it's straight. It's perfect. We had the best look at that, and it was a beautiful kick. And the Dockers get their second on the board. 2-1-13 to no score at all. And Mulgrave, they're going to start needing to get it down their end very, very soon.
I think it's been the intensity of Templestowe to start off with. They've been really hard at the contest, every contest. I see Brown's come on the ground now, and he's gone straight across onto the wing.
Matty Richards would be a little bit disappointed with Mulgrave's start here. They haven't really had a chance to have ball security and keep their hands on the footy, so they'd like to slow the game down a little bit here.
Ball back in the middle now. They've started well, the Dockers. Curtis stole at the big ruckman, thumped it on his boot, goes inside forward 50. Falling back there was Giovannini, couldn't take the mark. They've got the numbers though. The Dockers, Wooten's little handball got cut off. Charging through was Carl Giovannini. Brought to ground in a strong tackle there by Griffin James, and we'll have a ball up about 35 metres out from the Mulgrave goals. Been starved of opportunities early in this first piece. And here goes Mariani once again. He loves a big game. Got the handball over the top to Brown, who had the fumbles at the crucial stage, but went after it. The second effort was fantastic. Does it stay alive? Umpire says play on. Little handball out wide. Here's Hardy. Got it on further towards to Valanis. Little grubber of a kick up towards the half-forward line. They're still alive there. Manny Sarkissian at the bottom of the pack. Tackled by Brown and Co. And we will have a ball up just inside the line.
Well, at least they've had 2 inside 50s in the last 20 seconds, so that's something where they're getting the ball in there. Oh.
Well, straight out of the ruck contest, fresh air shot, goes up towards the wing. Curtis palmed it down nicely like it was a ruck contest, straight into the arms there of his teammate Pereira, who was brought to ground, and we'll have another ball up.
Pressure's been good from Templestowe early.
2-1-13 to no score. Spinning around perfectly there was Warren, got boot to ball just in the nick of time up towards the half-forward line. Charging out in front there was Bonnie. Couldn't get the handball away, and it'll be a free kick to the Dockers about 60 metres out from goal.
Just their tackling in pressure's been enormous.
Short passes on, making space there was Steve Arimotta on the right boot now. Is going to kick it right to the top of the square. Who's going to be the flyer? A big, timely fist by Baxter Lease. Love that name. Through 4-1 behind. Another goes on the board for Templestowe. 2-2-14 to no score.
Let's go down to boundary side with Blake Tennant for comment.
Just found that mystery number 14. It's Lennox Williams. So originally wearing the 26, he's wearing the 14 today.
Thanks very much for that, Blake. I was wondering. That's a good pickup by you. And out of the defensive lines go the Mulgrave Lions. It was Rauska's great mark over the top by Munro. Fletcher Roberts is one out. He's going to go a more circuitous route towards him. Valanis shares it with his brother, Riley. Tackled out of it by Williams. Thought that was holding. Umpire agrees. It's the brothers play very, very well together, and they share it once more. This one, it's Tyler. Sends it forward. It's all Dockers back there, though, as Arimotta had dropped back to help out the defence. Took the secure mark and shares it around with Williams by boot. His kick was a little bit low for Ryan Giovannini. Once again, shrugs off an opponent with ease. Lennox Williams able to fire the handball over the top to Ebzeri. It's a one-on-one left half forward for Templestowe. Furious with himself. The Templestowe forward there, beaten by Lace, was that's Trakuya. As Paul has some stats for us.
Yeah, Templestowe currently on top in the clearances 7-4.
And that is going to be an important stat all day, I think. Regardless of Mitchner being out, I do think Templestowe will not want to concede the clearance battle. So it's a skirmish in Templestowe's forward line, inevitably heading to another stoppage.
And I think I've just worked out, I've kept it in my head, they've had 5 tackle breaks already,
Just
Templestowe.
about to mention the same thing, Davo. So.
Absolutely. Bigger bodies winning out early on, and they're not going to get smaller throughout the day, are they? There's another scramble. Trying to come away. Ryan Giovannini. There is that strength. Able to stand up in the tackle. Valanis intercepted his handball. Mulgrave, they're a little indecisive here. Playing with fire. But James, a clever tap.
So the thing about Mulgrave is they like to have ball in hand, handball away. If you come forward on them, it shuts down the space and creates pressure.
Curtis went for a screamer in the ruck contest. Umpire said play on. Giovannini hit the deck. Let's do a number of players and we'll have a restart. 60 metres out. A little bit of wet weather earlier on today, but it has dried out. High throws it up. Second time lucky there for Bonnie, but stolen by Warren, who's had a bit of it early. Speared the ball inside forward 50. Over the back, hitting the deck there was Kazakis. They've got the numbers now, the Lions. Need to get rid of it there, Bauer. You can't. He's quickly wrapped up. The forward pressure is super at the moment. Let's cross down boundary side.
Just watch out on this tag here, boys. It looks like Noah Smith. He's got the job on Matt Mariani. He's not giving him an absolute inch here. He's holding him right now. So it looks like Noah Smith's got that tough job and probably the biggest job today in Templestowe's forward 50 here.
High throws it up now. An easy knockout there for Mulgrave, but a quick kick goes back inside forward 50 for the Dockers, and a big fly and a strong mark. Christian Trakulja, we saw him hit the post from the boundary line only a few moments ago. This time he'll go back and have a ping from 35.
They're being hurt with their structure. They're allowing Templestowe to play one player behind the contest every time, and the ball keeps going out to that +1 at the back of the contest. So Mulgrave have got to get that right around all of the stoppages.
So Christian Trakulja, premiership player at Doncaster East. The happiest day of my life. It comes in now. He'll kick from 40 metres. Slight angle. The ball should work back perfectly from this position, and it goes straight over the goal umpire's head, and he points to the Mulgrave bench and tells them all about it too. He's happy with that one. Templestowe are wrapped with their start. How could you not be? And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they move to 3 goals, 2-20. Mulgrave yet to score.
Yeah, they've certainly come out to prove a point here, and they've done it. They've started well, attacked the contest, put Mulgrave under pressure nearly every time they have the ball. They've turned it over a number of times, and they've taken their opportunities when they've got them. So, as Mick said, Mulgrave have got to get the ball and have a bit of ball security. Just slow it down a little bit.
Well, that's the interesting thing. Mulgrave do love to share the ball around. They're a high possession side, but the more possessions they get, the more likely they're to be under Templestowe pressure as Fogarty gets another clearance and another inside 50 for the Dockers. It went wide, however, and out in front of Michael Rauskas. The ball will be tossed in. Players set up for yet another stoppage. Mulgrave are going to have to dig their heels in early here to try and stop the Dockers' flow. Over the boundary line it will go once more. 15 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter. Thanks for joining us on East 98.1, the Facebook and YouTube streams, of course. Qualifying final action here in Division 2. We're at the pointy end of the season. Players playing for glory of their clubs. As Bonnie, he got the initial tap down. The territory battle went the way of Mulgrave in that contest, but wrapped up once more. Giovannini comes in, went up unopposed, and Harry Motter got the kick inside forward 50. Great slap away by Bauer. Fell for Ebzeri though. Hands it out to a teammate. Snapping ball and a brilliant mark. Safety in the hands of, is that Pereira out there? Either way, the Mulgrave, indeed it is. The Mulgrave defender, Pereira, will send it outside 50. Scooping it up, Kyle Giovannini. Hands it now to, that was Horvath. Slaps it inside forward 50. Templestowe has to get the ricochet to Mulgrave, and they send it right back out. But the intercept mark, once again, taken from the wayward kick by Tempe.
Douglas Wooten was the flyer. He got the handball off and spearing a pass up to Michael Fogarty. He's tugged up on the boundary line 50 metres out, underneath the scoreboard out here at Walker Park. Having all the run so far, Templestowe is going to kick it right to the top of the square. Who's going to be the big flyer over the back? Schwarzer was in there first to meet it. He got brought to ground in a strong tackle there by Ruskas, and we'll have a ball up at the top of the square.
They just can't get it past halfway at the moment.
No, they've set up really well. Look at the way they've set up at the back here, yep. Templestowe, perfectly.
Oh, high tackle that time. Austin Dean was running away with it. It got slung to ground. Tristan Trikulja, who's been very lively for the Dockers early up forward, giving away the free kick that time. So dancing away with it this time is Dean. Good kick out wide for Aragianis. Had a super season.
He's got no one at the moment that he can kick it to.
Wants to keep it low too, and it was probably a smart option in the end. He gained about 45 metres, kept it close to the boundary line, eventually seen over by Adrian Giovannini, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
I think they've lost all their structure at the moment, Mulgrave. All over the ground, you look at them, they look like their structure is just a bit off. Templestowe's put the pressure on them.
Bonnie will go up in the ruck contest. Giovannini did it easy that time, but Bonnie came over for a second fist at it. Goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Where did Mulgrave get a goal from? That's my question. We saw Wilmturner South beat them in a similar fashion with their defensive setup in the semi-final last year. The Lions easily frustrated.
So an arm wrestle there. Giovannini got the handball down. It's again the chance for the Dockers to go forward. A flying kick up forward, but in position A was Baxter Lees. He'll take it. Maybe they can get a switch going here. Pereira darted around, sold a little bit of candy. That was good play. Short pass was on, and Ruskas takes it. They're still in their defensive zone, though. Maybe the grandstand side is the place to go this time. Try something different. Up the wing they go. The big fly will be there was Bauer. He had one bite at it, came to ground level. Good strong tackle, Ari Motter, and we'll have a ball up right in front of us here in the broadcast position, in front of the grandstand, the brethren, the barbecue, the bar. It's a place to be. Pye throws it up now. Mariani from the stoppage. Got boot to ball inside forward 50. Bouncing away, trying to trap it there was Young, who almost copped one in the back. Falloon was there. Pye said all was fair. Schwarzer was in for support also. And we'll have a ball up.
Still no score for Mulgrave. 3-2-20 to that 0. Trying to fight his way out of it. Bind was Bauer, but Mariani, strong tackler. Not letting him get far. Curtis will go up against Young in the rock contest this time. James got a secondary tap and followed that up with a tackle on Mariani. Holding the ball it is. So a little win there for Griffin James. He's had a good year for Mulgrave, one of their veterans. Sends it onto the wing. Davidson was there, had to beat Giovannini. Wasn't able to do so, but disrupted Ibrahim's handball well enough. Crashing through as Wooten just shrugged the tackle massively. That's what we've been talking about up here in the box. Their strength to just get through those Mulgrave tackles. Boundary line will win the day, however, as we tick into time on here in this first quarter.
They got one loose behind the play all quarter at the moment, Templestowe.
There's a little bit of territory gained in that for Templestowe, but nothing more. Ibrahim it was. A clash of rucks as James Fossick's at ground level. Stripped of it before he could get a kick away, holding the ball. Templestowe take advantage. Seedsman was underneath it. Can pick it up from ground level. Gets the handball off. Was being tackled, however. Mulgrave desperate here. Gone. Great tackle by Schwarzer.
There's that pressure again from Templestowe. Immediately, as soon as he picked it up, swarmed and got rewarded with the tackle.
Just 2 games in the senior lineup so far this year for Stephen Schwarzer, to add to his 60 senior games overall since 2019 for the Dockers. Interrupted couple of seasons, but it'll be big for him if he's able to get a goal early in this final series. In he comes, and Templestowe get their 4th on the board. And Mulgrave will have to think again.
Well, the first thing they've got to do is they've got to get their midfield right. They're allowing Fogarty way too much latitude in the middle. They're allowing Motta to get outside the contest, and they're allowing Mariani to control the drop of the ball. So the 3 in there have got to really start to work a little bit harder, because Giovannini's also winning the tap.
It's all purple and white so far in this first term of the Division 2 qualifying final. Both ruckmen had a fresh air shot. Coming in there was Warren, who copped one over the shoulder from Curtis. So the umpire's going to pay that as a high tackle. So Joshy Warren now just pokes it out towards the wing position. just got so much run at the moment, don't they? The Dockers inside forward 50, a spearing pass. Couldn't quite reach Seedsman. He had a go at it. In came Schwarzer, got the handball away. Ari Motta, little flick over the back. He was looking for Giovannini. Can't get past a couple of Lions. Usually no one can. And we will have a boundary throw in.
Yeah, again, there's a few Mulgrave players that are just wandering around at the moment. I think, as I said, I think they've lost all structure, what they're doing.
So the fall of ball, snap around the body there by Warren. It goes inside forward 50. They've still got the numbers. Little flick kick out there by Young towards the top of the goal square. But here's a chance now for Mulgrave. They just need some poise here. The short pass is on, and Schwarzer has taken the mark. It was touched off the boot, the umpire said, so he's a little bit stiff there, Stephen. Just kicked the last goal. Dyer throws it up now. It's in a dangerous zone here for Mulgrave. They cannot concede another goal before quarter time. They need to hit the scoreboard, in fact, themselves. That'd be handy. As the umpire will come in and throw this one up. Noah Smith handing it back to the umpire. Edge of the centre square. Across centre half forward now for the Dockers. Palm down again to Warren. Hasn't he been super? Inside 450. Well, it's all coming up. Rainbows and unicorns at the moment. For the Dockers, a fantastic second bite. Mark has been taken out there by Noah Absary, and he'll go back and have a shot on goal. Is it Noah?
Yes.
He comes in now. 30 metres out from goal, missed it.
Oh.
So, goal umpire trying to get a few pointers from the guys behind, having a few beverages, enjoying their day, and geez, the Lions faithful. There's plenty of them out here today. They've played in all three games, Mulgrave. We've got the pom-poms happening all around the fence line, but they've had nothing to cheer about so far.
Could be an anticlimactic day for Mulgrave as we go to Paul in the stat centre.
Yeah, it's one-way traffic, which I think is the understatement of the century in this first quarter. 21-3 inside 50s in favour of Templestowe.
Thank you very much for that, Vragianis, the former Doncaster East man as well, as tapped off the hands of Ryan Giovannini. Templestowe were able to hold this one up, holding the ball. So that's a win for Mulgrave. A rare moment for them to be able to get it past the centre of the ground, as it's going to be Falloon giving it up to a teammate there in Jack Davidson. Searching and searching for options. There's no one there. He's going to have to kick it to Roberts. Only he was able to go up one-handed. Collapsed in on was the Templestowe defender in... That's Kyle Giovannini, in fact. Oh, in the back it was. So Templestowe get a reprieve from a brief thrust forward by Mulgrave. Tackle laid now on Kazakis.
That kick inside 50 there, just 3-on-1 again.
Yeah.
Like, just need to find a different avenue.
25 minutes gone, so we're deep in time on in this first quarter. Tapped over the boundary line.
The way that Templestowe are kicking in this first term has been the scoring end for the two previous games. So I do want to call that out there. I know Blake didn't let us know if there was a breeze really out there before the game. He did tell us the grass was green though.
I'm glad to know.
I said the breeze is coming to the south, BWS. Sorry, mate.
As Curtis, he earned the free kick, sends it inside forward 50. Roberts was the obvious target. Out the back was a few defenders. Jack Davidson, something from nothing for Mulgrave to get there first on the board. And how about that for a goal?
They need it.
Those defenders spoiled each other.
Indeed, they all went up. They all got sucked in. Well, maybe they're just not got their heads in the game just yet, Lee, because it's not been down there at all.
They've had no reason to, yeah.
So one straight Mulgrave, Templestowe 4-3-27, and just a glimmer of hope here that Mulgrave might be able to start turning the tide in the second quarter, boys.
Well, they need to hang around because you would expect Templestowe to come out all guns blazing. They've had a lot of blokes come back into the side. They'd be fresh and ready to hit.
Something to prove.
Ball in the middle now, going nowhere. Restart here. Giannis couldn't break the tackle. Curtis palmed it down. Ari Motta, quick boot to ball up towards the half forward line. Did a little bit of a wrong and then through the legs there of Warren. Picked up and handballed away Vragianis, who won the football back and on the right boot pokes it out towards the half forward line and went way too wide in the end. Austin Dean sees it over and out she goes. Boundary throw in. just forward of centre here for Mulgrave. We've gone 27 minutes here in this first term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe. Wherever you're tuning in, enjoy your game today as a thumping kick goes inside forward 50, but it went very, very wide and out of bounds on the full. So Carl Giovannini to bring the ball back in with the Dockers. I'll be happy just to hold things up a little bit. Maybe go a little bit slow and run down the clock. I don't think there's too much longer left to go in this first quarter. Towards the wing position, a clear bowled everybody. So they've got the numbers. Little handball there from Parker was good, but he's been quiet early in this game. And the kick goes forward, and once again, Carl Giovannini in position A takes the mark.
Just put you on loop there, BWS, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Bit of kick to kick out here at the moment as it goes up towards the wing position at the fly. Down, Absary got the handball away. It stays alive. This way, that way, Horvath. Got beaten by the paint. The siren wins out in the end. And a quarter time out here at Walker Park, the home of the Eastern Football League. Well, they call it the MCG. Self-proclaimed 4-3-27. Templestowe, haven't they started with a monstrous first term? And they lead Mulgrave, who got a goal late and a very handy one at that. Goal kickers on the board for the Dockers, Trakulja, Seedsman, Mariani and Swartzer, while Jack Davidson, the only goal kicker for the Lions. 1 quarter down, there's 3 to go. Come back with us and stick with us for the rest of the afternoon. There's more Division 2 qualifying final action right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Walker Park. It's Division 2 qualifying final day with Templestowe taking on Mulgrave, and it's the Dockers with a handy lead at quarter time, 4-3-27 to 1 straight 6. Davo, Pales. Well, it probably wasn't the start we're all expecting from Mulgrave, was it?
No, absolutely not. A little bit flat from Mulgrave. Finals are always hot in the kitchen early, and Templestowe seem to manage that the best. And I just think Mulgrave, with their possession, just transferred pressure to the next bloke and sort of spitting out handballs and putting their teammates under pressure.
And then when they went forward, they really had no structure going forward. They just bombing it. Well, not that they went forward that many times, but bombed it forward to outnumber. As I said during the call, Templestowe have set up incredibly well behind the football. They've really got their structures really well done, whereas Mulgrave look a little bit 6s and 7s at the moment. So, yeah, we'll just hopefully see that they can get it back on track. Their coach will certainly have a word to them about what they've got to get better, and one of them is less tackle breaks, and they've got to get their first possession's got to be a little bit cleaner than what it has been.
Well, we know that Blake Tennant will be having a chat to Matt Richards as soon as he can, but in the meantime, let's go to the Score Centre with Paul Yukoni. There's some important finals action and Premier Division games today, Paul.
Yeah, starting with Div 1, Mitcham 3-2-20 lead, Park Orchards 1-2-8. In Div 3, Donvale 3-4-22 to the Basin, yet to score. And in Div 4, Warrandyte 4-5-29 to Churnside Park 3-3-21. And in Premier Division, Rowville 6-3-39 to Bolwyn 2 behinds. And Vermont 4-3-27 to Berwick 4-2-26.
Let's cross down boundary side because Blake Tennant was at the Mulgrave huddle and interested to see what came out of that one.
Yeah, just got the coach here, Matt Richards. Matt, how did you see that quarter? That the pressure that they came after is enormous. And what were the key messages coming into the second quarter here?
Yeah, they bought the heat, obviously. We knew they would. Their team is based around their midfield, so they all got a look at the footy there and just kept surging the ball forward. So we managed to get the footy in our hands a couple of times. We've just got to control that now. Get the ball in our hands and play it on our terms.
What are the key changes that you're going to implement? Because, 4 goals to 1 to start the game. Obviously, there's 3 quarters to go, but what are the key changes that you're going to implement for this quarter and the whole game going forward?
So we've thrown a couple more balls around the footy just to start the quarter, just to win that contested ball and then get it to our runners, Varigianis, Valanis brothers, stuff like that. But first, we've got to win the contest.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Great stuff there. Blake Tennant with senior coach Matt Richards, and they're asking his boys to lift in this second term and expect them to do so. Paul, have you got any of those remaining scores from Premier Division?
Yeah, Blackburn 4-2-26 to South Belgrave 1-4-10. Donny East 3-1-19 to East Ringwood 1-6-12. And South Croydon 4-5-29 to Noble Park 4-2-26.
We'll get to more scores later as well and keep you updated on those ones also as the second quarter gets underway. As we have a secondary stoppage, we'll see what those midfielders of Mulgrave can do as Mariani tries to take his way through, but Oscar Bartlett, who's moved into the middle, was able to stop him. Just trying to get that contested game going, Mulgrave. It's come to Mariani again. Just couldn't quite handle the ball, and it was holding the ball. Nathan Peddle to get the free kick, and running off the line was Hardy. Valanis charges out onto the lead, took the grab on his chest.
Well, that's what Matty Richards said before the game. We've got to get the ball in Hardy's hands. He's such a good kick, and he proved it then. Beautiful kick. Valanis didn't have to get out of stride to take that mark.
Riley Valanis has kicked a maximum of 15 goals the past 2 years. He's on 15 goals currently. Can he break that and make it 16 with a second on the board for Mulgrave in this final? But no, he cannot. 1-1-7 will be their score to 4-3-27. Templestowe, BWS to take this underway.
20 points is the margin, Giovannini. This is Carlos. Just takes off. Keeps it low, spears it out towards the Young direction. It was knocked away from him, but they've got the numbers in the defensive zone, the Dockers. Link up handball, that was okay there by Williams, who was looking for his teammate barging through there, Marcus Young, but knocked over the boundary line and out of bounds. If you're in the area, get down here to Walker Park today. Get here after half time, you'll get him for free, even better. As the umpire throws it in now, little knock away, flick pass, Young. Got boot to ball up towards centre half forward. Did a little bit of a wrong un. Ari Motta was there. Scooping little handball out to Kazaka. Strong tackle. Nicely done there by Sammy Bauer, who's had to work pretty hard in the first 35 minutes of this game. Ball lingering across the half forward line for Templestowe. Almost looked like there could have been a bit of shepherding off the ball, and Curtis couldn't get to the ruck contest, and that's how the umpire saw it. So he poke it over the top. It was a risky kick. Getting back there was Fogarty. Got a handball on it. James the Silver Fox tapped it in towards the middle of the ground and then goes after it again. His arm was ripped away from him. Can't release the pill, and we'll have another ball up. Right in the heart of Walker Park here. Giovannini in there. Get rid of it. We'll take 3.
Would I've loved to seen Hardy swing past the ruckman there and just drive one deep.
Yep.
Giovannini to Mariani. Got a little trickle kick out wide. The Lions have the numbers and they can link up along the wing position in front of the grandstand. Little handball over the top. Strong tackle there by Giovannini, and his opponent in Joshy Parker could not break free. That right shoulder heavily strapped. Once again, another stoppage, so a few of these early in the piece. Giovannini tried to rip it out of the contest. Handball out there by Parker. Kept the ball alive momentarily. I'm handing this call over to Jared to spark it up.
Well, you can see the building blocks there for Mulgrave. Just starting to get the evening the contest around the footy early in this stanza. Will they be able to sustain that, however? That is the question. Will they be able to translate that into goals? Perhaps the more urgent question is James tried the inboard kick. It was touched, I would reckon, or not 15.
I don't think it went far enough.
Yeah, Kazakis ended up in the tackle. Sorry, Ibrahim ended up in the tackle. We'll get a ball up just inside Mulgrave's forward 50. Curtis gets the tap down. In goes Ibrahim again.
So they've stopped Templestowe having the +1 in defence at the moment, Mulgrave, which is good.
Smothered kick from Templestowe, so Mulgrave are able to win the ball back. It's Valanis on the outside. Who's he going to find? It's gone over the heads of everyone and through for a goal. There's the start to this second quarter that Mulgrave and Matt Richards were looking for. And it's Tyler Valanis to get them on the board with their second goal of the game, his first of the day. Templestowe 4-3-27, Mulgrave 2-1-13. I think we have some stats with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, Mulgrave have started this quarter really well. They lead the inside 50s 4-0.
Thanks very much, Paul. 14-point margin. Clawing themselves back into this game after Templestowe kicked the first 4 goals. Giovannini got the knockdown towards Fogarty. He'll win it back now. Foggers on the left boot, goes inside forward 50. It's going to go wide and out of bounds. So across the 45 here for Templestowe.
Centre clearance crucial for territory here at Walker Park.
Yep.
Such a small ground. Win clearance and you get it deep inside 50.
High throws it in. It was a shallow one that time. It came out. Ari Motta on the right boot, bouncing football up towards the Seedsman direction, trying to really get into the game. It comes out now to Trakulja on the left boot. What can he do? He can't do anything miraculous this time. And he kicks one behind, so he's got a couple of those to his name, as well as a major. They move to 4-4-28 to 2-1-13. Wasting no time was the Lions. A kick out wide. It was intended out there for Varagianis, who had to sit and wait for it for a fair old while as the ball was knocked away from him by Carl Giovannini.
Gee, sets up well, doesn't he, Carl, with his positioning and what he's doing?
Reads the play well, doesn't he? All Giovannini brothers for Templestowe have been such great additions over the years. Ryan Giovannini, one of those. We heard the coach speak highly of him in pre-game, but Mulgrave just able to force it forward a little bit. There's Warren tackling Griffin James. Ball up right in the centre of the ground. We've gone 6.5 minutes in this second quarter. Ryan Giovannini taps it straight down to Parker. The handball was under pressure, so Warren went and fished it back. Great tackle as well, once again there by Bartlett. So you can see what he's been moved into the midfield to do.
Pressure's been good early from Mulgrave.
Curtis this time gets the tap. There's Griffin James. No, it went past him. Davidson spilt it, but got it back. And Roberts Here's our first look at Mulgrave's spearhead for the day. Fletcher Roberts has kicked 49 goals for the year.
That was a great mark. He was under real pressure. I mean, it was a great kick, but that was a difficult mark for a player coming forward of his size.
Yeah, working on his hammer.
Yeah.
Good contested grunt.
So Fletcher Roberts to bring his team back to within striking distance. He floats it to the left, skews it off the side of the boot, and it is just one behind. So it's 4-4-28 to 2-2-14.
So Carl G. Benini once again.
Ooh.
We've heard a whistle, and it's going to be a 25-metre penalty.
Came forward too much off the...
It's very rare you see those paid.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Certainly now with the change in the zone they've got to be in.
He probably almost would have preferred just being able to keep going. But he'll gain some valuable meterage and then poke it out towards the wing position. Once again, an absolutely super kick it was. So now Templestowe up towards the half-forward line. Big fly over the back. Young dropped it off the chest. Lions have the numbers. Clearing, kicking towards the middle of the ground, but getting back. G. Vanini, I tell you what, he's best on ground so far.
I reckon that's about his 7th intercept mark.
Yeah.
He's out wide to Brown. On the right boot now. Back in the side. Kicks it towards centre half forward. It was a good kick too, but at the fall, the ball scooped upon by Varagianis. Belts it in towards the middle of the ground. It might have been a free kick for a little bit of holding, and it's going the way of Templestowe there. So the Dockers inside forward 50 looking for an answer. A big fly out the front of the pack there. Absary couldn't quite trap it. Lions pounce, and we'll have a ball up just inside the arc.
9 minutes gone in this second quarter. The action's been a bit stiff so far, not as free-flowing as Mulgrave would probably want, but Bartlett got the outlet handball to Griffin James, sent it into the middle of the ground. McSwain, the ball tries to come through, but it's a free kick going the way of McSwain. The late in, of course. And the Big Red will hand it off to Carl Giovannini. Can he read his own kick as well as he reads others? Not this time. Cut off by Lease. And Templestowe's forward 50 entries haven't been as efficient as they were earlier in the game, but the kick wasn't great. Trakuya feasted on it. Young hands it out. Horvath there as well. Clever stuff to Ari Motter, and his kick is a spear to Seedsman.
Great bit of play then. That was really clever. Whoever's on Carl Giovannini stands next to him for about a second and then just wanders, and Carl just goes into spaces where he wants to control the game. They've just got to be tighter on him.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I've got an inkling it might be Sarkisian, but I'm not entirely sure. So Mark Seedsman will come in. He's already got one for the day. We know how straight he can kick. Kicking to the White Horse Road, and this time for Templestowe. It's coming back. It's not quite made it. So the Dockers move to 4-5, 29 Mulgrave, 2-2-14.
So it'll be Alex Hardy to bring the ball back in. It's a pretty up and under kick, but it's going to reach the centre nonetheless, in towards the middle of the ground. Kick off the ground there by James. It worked out all right. And they weren't looking at the crucial stage here. It's got up towards centre half forward. Dean had the run. He wasn't watching his teammate passing it to him. He was a little bit too fast for that. But
never take your eye off the ball.
Yeah.
That, and there was no one forward for Mulgrave.
So they're going, flicked it backwards. Clearing kick in the middle of the ground. Swartzer dived into the tackle and won it for the high kick, and then eventually advantage was paid, but the kick was smothered. So here's another go. Curtis, little handball out wide. There's a lot of plays around this ball. Alex Brown on the right boot, and up and under kick, still stays alive inside the centre. Big fly over the back. It could have almost given a free kick away there, Trakulja, but the umpire said it was okay. So it scoots out towards the half forward line. Schwarzer, who's been lively on the left boot, kicks it in towards the forward pocket. Bouncing football away from Pereira. And we will have a boundary throw in left forward pocket.
Just starting to get their hands on the football around the contest again, Templestowe.
Currently leading by 15 points, 12 minutes into this second term. 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Hope you're enjoying today's second division qualifying final. Ball hits the deck. Ari Motta tried to be lively. They've got a kick out towards the top of the goal square. Musling, Trakulja couldn't win the contest. Valanis is in there. Paddling away. Nicely done. Little handball will go for it. A strong tackle coming, charging in Carl Giovannini. He's the everywhere man at the moment. What a sensational tackle that was. He can't do anything wrong.
Hardest tackle to execute. Someone coming straight at you. Well done by Carl.
It into the forward pocket over the back there. Can they keep it alive? Young, he copped one over the shoulder, but he ducked into it. You can see some of the Dockers fans in disbelief in the background there.
Someone's not travelling too well for Mulgrave down there in the pocket.
Looked like a corky or...
Blake Tennant, keep an eye on that one. Seedsman went up from behind, so Curtis got the easy knockdown, brought down Pereira, who was happy to go nowhere in the end. Had very little opportunity to release the football, and will have a ball up. Knocked down. Handball out wide there, Parker. That was okay. Here's a go for the Lions if they can keep the ball alive. Giovannini once again inside forward 50, right towards the hot spot. Over the top it goes, and top of the goal square we will have a ball up as we cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just following up on Davo, good find as well. So Zachary Bonney, number 10, he's running very slowly at the moment. He's just having a break at the moment. So we'll follow up very shortly. He's looking around his calf, hamstring sort of area. So I'll get back to you shortly, guys.
Thanks for that, Blake. Dangerous times here for Mulgrave. They're going to have to really dig their heels in. Trakulia, he played for the high free kick, and the umpire saw right through it.
So Roberts has come down onto Carl Giovannini now, but it's left his brother free. Adrian in the back half.
So to centre half back for Mulgrave. Ball still trickling away. Templestowe can still manufacture something from here. Heart in your mouth stuff if you're Mulgrave. No clean possession at all. It's a rolling maul. Trying to bring the entire Mulgrave midfield with him was Ebzeri.
And I've got to don't want to be rude, but Carl's just standing by himself. 25 metres behind the contest.
As a Mulgrave forward, you just need to just sacrifice your own game for 5 minutes, shut him down.
Yeah.
So out of the ruck contest, Curtis hands it off. Parker on the outside. Aggressive handball forward. Trying to track it is Deal. Beaten to it by his own teammate. Finding the inboard handball to Rauskas, but already being tackled essentially by Schwarzer. Brilliant pressure applied by both teams at the moment. Templestowe not getting as much oxygen as they were in the first quarter, but they're still responding with their own heavy tackling. Giovannini, that's Ryan, gets the tap down. Parker had to read it well. Ari Modis couldn't quite scoop it up. Parker again, now up to Valanis. Tackled, rolled by Young.
Carl's still standing by himself.
Yep. I don't understand it.
Left half forward for Templestowe. Valanis gets the handball to Curtis. So it's intercepted by Ebzeri. High ball, top of the goal square. Who's there? Seedsman over the back. Trakulia couldn't quite drag it down. At ground level, fell upon by Rauskas. He's exciting, isn't he?
He is. He's dangerous. He likes to go for his marks, which is good.
Young tapped it. Arimota couldn't pick it up. Bauer pulled off it. Young off the ground! Oh, a miracle! And Lockie Young gets the 5th on the board for Templestowe. They were inevitably going to break through for one, it felt like, in that passage of play. And it took something special from Marcus Young.
How did that...
Let's have a look at this one from the... Oh, how did it get through all the hands of the Mulgrave defenders? Even Templestowe players could have been in the way of that, but
hands,
no.
legs, bodies.
Wow. 5-5-35, the Dockers, 2-2-14 for Mulgrave. Back into the centre we go with Ben Warren-Smith to take this away.
And brilliantly supported by Jamie Bain behind the goals there, jumping up and down like a teenage girl at a concert. As the umpire throws it up and we'll have another ball up. Might have been Ryan, actually. Got to get the brothers right down there.
I could understand that one there.
It comes in now. Handball by Absary. Can get it away in time, so a free kick going the way of Joshy Parker. On the right boot now, kicks the ball inside forward. 50 is looking for Roberts. In the front spot there was Dean. Backwards he goes. Handball back over the top. They're under a lot of pressure. Smith's going nowhere. His equal number, Lennox Williams, sees him over the boundary line. Speaking of the boundary line, let's cross down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it looks like Bonnie coming onto the ground in a few moments' time. He's just heavily bandaged at the moment on the hamstring sort of point of view, so he's better come on now.
Thanks very much. Giovannini in there. Scooped upon by Warren. Flicked it around the body. Out towards the wing position. Front spot was Hardy. Just couldn't stay alive. And over she goes for another boundary throw in. Clouds are forming over Walker Park. Let's hope it stays dry.
Yeah, it's a few clouds. It's getting a bit windy, BWS, so there you go. It's not around the south anymore.
Well, we've got you to keep an eye on for us, and they charge forward again here. The Dockers inside forward 50. It wasn't the greatest kick. Seedsman had to work really hard for that one. And over the boundary line it goes. Joel Pereira right on his hammer. See the wind's picked up a little bit down there.
Just Templestowe structure. Their half forwards are pushing up behind the footy, just backside of centre square.
Well, Kazakis has to go up in the ruck contest that time. He almost could have been held. Ball scooped out towards the 45-metre arc.
It's like an umbrella. They're running the umbrella at the back all the way down to the goal square. They run that umbrella out so that they cover any of the ball that comes out across the ground.
So Bonnie went up and missed it, and a quick kick in for Templestowe now. Pereira paddled it out. Lees kept it alive. Probably should have gone for the safety of the boundary line. Swartz is in there as well. Kick was smothered. Comes out Mariani. Will look for the receive handball, but Seaman went wide, or he was looking for Fogarty. Does it stay alive for Fogarty? It does. Momentarily only, and over the boundary line it goes.
They've thrown young 31. They've thrown young Noah Smith onto Carl Giovannini at the moment. He's trying to follow him everywhere.
They had to do something, that's for certain. So into the right contest, Bonnie back onto the ground against Kazakis. No one's escaping from that one with the ball though. As we tick towards time on, second quarter. Division 2 qualifying final action from Walker Park. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're enjoying your footy. So another stoppage, inevitable, potentially no. Rauskas nearly fishing it out. It's come out for Warren. And the kick, it was a quick snap inside forward 50. It just went over the head of Seedsman and over the boundary line.
As we said before in talking to the coaches, he's such a good player, Warren. Won their best and fairest last year, but he's very underrated.
Back into play, Bonnie against Kazakis. Kazakis fights for front position, snaps the goal! That's poor. Oh, that is unbelievable. Yanni Kazakis, something from nothing again, and Templestowe, they're just able to force through these goals where Mulgrave, they seem to fall asleep.
Yeah, poor stoppage set up
there.
That was short throw-in. Ruckman got caught out and it just collapsed, and easy goal.
And that's the third time in a row that's been a shallow throw-in. So I think it was really, the play was read really well by Kazakis then, because he made sure he started in the back and then did the quick run around to make the front spot, and then it fell straight in his breadbasket. Ball back in the middle. Back out to a very handy lead now. 27 points, Mariani dives on it. Happy to just stay that way.
Yeah, that was a good goal. A good couple of goals to just break it open a little bit more now for Tempe.
Fletcher Roberts gone behind the footy for Mulgrave. Here's a +1.
Comes out now. Pedal, handball backwards, and up and under kick by Bauer. We'll go up towards the half forward line. Getting a hand on it there was Davidson. Kept the ball alive, did really well. So did Smith. Eventually got his left boot on it. Up towards the half-forward line. Guess who?
Kicked it to his opponent.
Carl Giovannini in towards the middle where Fogarty takes the mark. He's having a good game too. Had the quick run on, and now they surge forward once again, the Dockers, but to no avail. Kick's been cut off across centre half back. Just got to change things up a little bit here. Ruskas goes out wide.
They set up so well, Templestowe, that even trying to change lanes is really difficult at the moment for Mulgrave.
Well, there's a sky ball up towards the wing. Giovannini, he's just unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help that Fletcher Roberts is behind the footy and they've lost their structure forward of the footy.
Yep.
So some sort of a half by Carlos. There's no doubt about that. Ball back into the middle. There's another one of them, Ryan.
They're everywhere.
No. Knockout that time there by Bonnie. Scooped upon by Kazakis inside forward 50. He goes. Big launching kick there by Fletcher Roberts, who just wants to touch the football out towards the wing position. Might be a free kick out here to the Lions. We're pushing the back.
Against Zukowicz that was, I think.
So can they conjure something from this? They got a goal late in the first term. Can they do it again now? As the poking kick goes up towards the half-forward line. That's unbelievable. Everywhere you turn, Giovannini's there and he switches across the face. Here's Williams now. Poked it forward and here's a run for Chakulja on the right boot. Normally a great disposal of the football. Kicked it in towards the middle. Fogarty was fouled upon. He'll win the free kick. Asking for a cheeky 25. He's not going to get that. So Fogarty having a fantastic first half. Thumps the ball right towards the top of the goal square. Who's going to be the fly? Who's at the fall of the ball though? Horvath tries to dart around. He turned into the tackle. Could almost be pinged for that one. The umpire was friendly to him that time. Fletcher Roberts brought him to ground and we'll have a ball up just inside the right forward pocket. Maroondah Highway end. Templestowe leading by 27 points at the moment. Ari Motta, Mariani at the top of the goal square. I'll tell you what, it went right to the line. Unbelievable. Touched and rushed. 28-point margin out here at Walker Park.
Mulgrave have to be on guard with these stoppages. Templestowe have got multiple goals from those scenarios, and they nearly got another one there. Valanis receives the handball as they try to exit defensive 50, but the handball was wide, too wide for Tyler Valanis. And over the boundary line, it will be 6-6-42 to 2-2-14. They've not come in with great form to this game of Mulgrave, with a thumping at the hands of East Burwood last weekend. Giovannini gets the tap down. There's Parker. Just lost the ball in translation. Giovannini ends up tackling Noah Smith.
I just can't get that outside run going from their first handball at the moment, Mulgrave.
No, and Ryan Giovannini, just out of the right contest, sends it forward. Mulgrave took front position, but Young nearly made a mockery of that for Loon. Kicks it off the deck briefly. Whistle has gone. Kazakis was there providing pressure. Illegal pressure, according to the umpire. For Loon will take the free kick to Rauskas, and they're trying to effect the switch. Hardy, good user of the ball usually, but he's got a task set ahead of him now. He's going to reverse the switch over to Valanis. This is Riley. Hands it back to Hardy, trying to charge through to the center of the ground now. Noah Smith was the kicking option. Trying to hold themselves up, though, Mulgrave, as they have gone into their shells. The wide option was Parker. They're playing kick to kick with each other now as Rauskas takes it to the corner of the square. Now the switch over to the outer side of the ground. Good mock by Pereira. Can he put the afterburners on? Over to Roberts. He should use it well with all his AFL experience. The ball bounces idly, though. Good tap by Hardy over to Pereira. Inside forward 50. No, Fogarty disrupted all of that as Peddle lost focus and had to withstand the tackle. Ball up on the arc, and gee, they made so much hard work of that, did Mulgrave, to only not even get it inside forward 50.
It's a sheer lack of confidence. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Great call, Jared, as the ball scoots out wide.
And if you've looked at that bit of play then, I watched Templestowe. They basically ran in 3 groups of 4, about 25 metres apart. They just kept running back in lines, and Mulgrave just had no space to go into at all.
Giovannini, here's Ari Motta. Quickly wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up.
Ryan's doing a super job in the ruck.
Isn't he?
Super job. High throws it up. It's nearly 27 minutes gone here. Ari Mott, a little handball over the top. He almost won his own football again. Goes after it a third time. Then lays the tackle there on Valanas. They got boot to ball. Somehow the Lions to the top of the goal square. Will it stay alive? It eventually scoots back into play. Strong tackle, Davidson, to bring his opponent Keogh to ground as a siren sounds to end the torture for the Mulgrave Football Club of this first half. It's been very hard going because Templestowe are on their game today. There is no doubt about that. Halftime score out here in the Division 2 qualifying final. Templestowe 6-6-42 to Mulgrave 2-2-14. It's all single goal kickers right across the park. We're one half down. We've got one to go. Stay tuned for the halftime show with Josh Ward, Brash and the Co. And we'll be back right here on 98.1 Radio Eastland and YouTube and Facebook right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time here, qualifying final, second division, sees Templestowe 6-6-42 leading Mulgrave 2-2-14. Goal kickers for Templestowe: Young, Drakulja, Seedsman, Mariani, Kazakis and Swartzer. Whilst for Mulgrave, there are only two goal kickers, Davidson and Valanas. Wayne Brashy here joining me for half-time with Blake Tennant on the boundary and Josh Ward. And Josh, before we go to Blake for his summation of the first half, let's go through the scores for all the other games that are taking place this afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. Do we want to start off with Premier Division as always?
Let's go with that.
Let's go with that. I think there's a couple good ones.
There is some very interesting results. Roval lead by 52 points over Baldwin, 74-22.
Sort of expected.
It was.
I didn't think the margin would be that big though at half time.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's still the second quarter of action out there at Seabeck. Vermont lead by one straight kick over Berwick now, 58-52, and that means they're into third spot on the live ladder at the moment because East Ringwood 38 lead Doncaster East 32. Blackburn 65 lead South Belgrave 21, and South Croydon 60 lead Noble Park 47. Let's drop down into Division 1, and there's a little bit of a surprising result in the qualifying final out of Tormore Reserve.
Well, you tipped him.
Yeah, well, the margin. It's Mitcham leading 46-22 over Park Orchards out there at Tormore Reserve. At one stage, or a little bit earlier on, they were leading by around about 5 goals before Park Orchards kicked the most recent goal. And we've got a close game out at Wally 2 Reserve. Donvale, after they led 23-0 early in that contest, or a quarter time, I should say, they now only just lead by 3 points, 3-5-23 to the Basin 3-2-20. So the Bears starting to work their way into that contest. Maybe a bit of a breeze out there.
Probably sounds more like a very dour struggle here, Josh.
As you would expect between these two sides. And then finally in Division 4, it is Warrandyte 8-10-58 leading Chirnside Park 4-3-27. And we might quickly go through some women's scores as well, because there is some women's games taking place. And at the moment, Baronia 26 leads South Croydon 12 at half-time in their preliminary.
Straight sets for South Croydon on the cards.
Potentially, and Blackburn also trail at half-time as well, 8-7 against Blackburn Heathmont out at Mulgrave Reserve. So that's a little bit of a dour struggle as well. And of course, in the other most recent results, East Ringwood knocked off Knox by 10 points out at H.A. Parker Reserve, and South Croydon Red also knocked off Ferntree Gully 32-27. So they play in their first ever grand final, South Croydon Red, and East Ringwood return to the grand final for the first time since 2023, Brash.
They do, and we've got there's all the scores up for you. Let's have a bit of a chat about what's happened in the first half. And Blake, I'm going to go with the opening.
Here we go.
My opening salvo here. Templestowe have been really solid around the ground. Mulgrave have struggled to find an avenue into their forward 50. And Carl Giovannini just seems to have a ball on the string and it just seems to be all over the place in the back half.
I think it's called leather poisoning, Brush.
Well, you're right there, because from my observation, he's nearly involved in every part of possession of the back line.
If I was doing Premier Data right now, and great sponsor of the league as well, but he's had 11. I reckon he's had 11 intercept marks in the whole game. So he's just finding the ball, playing off half back. He's really setting up the Dockers in how they want to take the game on and all that. But Mulgrave, I sort of agree with Davo. The structure is just not there.
Yeah,
I've just noticed that as well. And when you got a player who's I believe he's leading the goal kicking in second division in Fletcher Roberts. When he's playing down back, they've got problems going forward as well. So.
Well, they had in that first quarter, Mulgrave had 2 crucial misses. Roberts and someone else, I can't remember the play.
Sarkisian?
Yeah, from both within 20 metres out, and they only got points out of it. But Templestowe basically capitalised on those 2 mistakes and scored 2 goals, and that's why at this particular stage in time, Templestowe are up by 28 points.
Oh, I totally feel that way, and they really deserve it. They kicked 4 goals in the first quarter to 1 goal, and they've really controlled it. They kicked 2 goals where Mulgrave sort of got the game on their terms, but still you disagree with that comment, because Templestowe, they've been controlling this game right from the start, and it started with the pressure, and Mariani just really, that first goal, I think ever since he kicked that first goal, Templestowe have just brought into this game, and they're up for it. They're 100% up for it, and
they are.
Listening into coming into the game, they brought in 8 blokes, right, but are they ready? But 100% that is out of question right now, because they are controlling this game and where they want to be right now.
Josh and Blake, the prevailing ground conditions looked soft underfoot.
It's very soft. It's very muddy. I was out there, particularly on this broadcast side wing. I'm not too sure on the far side of the ground, but this broadcast side, it is very spongy and got a lot of mud underfoot.
But I don't think it's taken away from the game itself, because when you have a look at the way Templestowe, right, they've been very methodical in the way that they've spread the ball, and also the way that they've tried to take ownership of the corridor when they can. I think it's a game. How I'm seeing it is that Mulgrave are going to get a limited opportunity to get back into this contest, but if they don't take their chances when they present themselves in the third quarter, they could be out of the game by three-quarter time.
They could, and I certainly think it has the potential of this game to be done at three-quarter time. If they don't change anything up, I think they need to maybe look into a few things, try to keep Fletcher Roberts in that attacking half, and I know he probably helps stabilises them defensively, but you need that focal point down there. Maybe push Manny Sarkisian a little bit back as well to provide a target, but also someone down on the ground and providing him a little bit of support. So I think they can work their way back into this contest. I think guys like Riley Valanis and Tyler as well also need to step up a little bit more. Alex Hardy off that half-back line, and he was one that Matt Richards highlighted at half-time. Pre-game as well when we spoke with him, Brash. But I just think Templestowe are so well-rounded, and this ground suits them. It's a ground that's suited for sides that like it on the inside, that like to run and spread from the stoppage and get it as quickly as possible inside their forward 50, and that's exactly what they've done.
And I think the biggest problem, Blake, for Mulgrave is the fact that they're not being allowed to go direct. They're almost switching the ball every time because they can't find a positive lead into their forward 50.
Oh, definitely. You know, I feel like it's almost like that second kick sort of thing where it's just they don't know where to look up and stuff, because obviously you got to look out on Roberts and how big he is and how good he is to control the game. So it's going to be an interesting point of view. Templestowe, for me, I think they really put a stronger hold on this game, and I could quite frankly see them winning by about 5 to 7 goals.
All right, gents, thank you very much for your contributions over half-time. When we come back, call team assemble for the big second half here. It's qualifying final day here. It's Templestowe versus Mulgrave coming live from Walker Park in Mitcham and all around the world on Facebook and YouTube, and radio coverage on Radio Eastern 98.1.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Walker Park. It's Division 2 qualifying final day, and Templestowe have certainly come to play today. 6-6-42 to 2-2-14. Both sides are back on the park, making their way to position. Gentlemen, what do Mulgrave need to do to get themselves back into this game?
Well, I think they've just got to go back and look at their structure, look at what they can. They've got to get the ball into their forward line either A, quicker, or they've got to find a different system to get it in there, because at the moment it's too easily defended. They're able to come out and spread well. Templestowe, they're set up beautifully behind the ball. Again, if, you know, Carl Giovannini's going to go and start in the defensive area at the moment, he has got to be respected, and they've got to stop him getting the football and then try and win a little bit more on the outside where they weren't able to in the first half.
Very important 10 minutes of football to open this third term for Mulgrave. What can they do? Here's Jared Beanland to get us underway.
Thank you very much, BWOS. Ari Motta right out of the middle. This could be huge for Templestowe. Trakuya hands it out. The outside run of Ibrahim just missed Trakuya with the handball. Mulgrave able to get in the way. Oh, I thought that was going to be a quick start for the Dockers. Mulgrave breathe a sigh of relief. Curtis gets the tap down. Now Valanis, this is Tyler, hands it out to his brother Riley, fires out the looping handball over to Parker, hands it to Hardy, and now, Munro collapses over the back of the pack, and the ball trickles out of bounds. Was there a free kick involved in that? No, the umpire was happy with that contest. Notice Michael Rauskas has gone into the middle for the Lions. Lining up against Ari Motta at the moment. We'll see if he can make some sort of an impact. There's Fogarty. Tried to wrench it from the grasp. Did Parker. Got the trickling kick. Brown got in the way. Handball over to Ari Motta. Up and under kick to Fogarty. Safe hands. Searching and searching for options. Seatsman is on a lead. Sends it straight to him. And there's nothing that Baxter Lees could have done about that. The kick was perfect for him. The lead was strong. He's tied up against the boundary line, but this too really put the pain on Mulgrave.
Well, as a defender, you have to put body on to start with that. And he just didn't have any body on him, just allowed him to run into that lead then. Just got to be better as a defender.
This for goal number 44 of the year, goal 2 of the day. It's straight. No, not quite. Just floated across the face and went left. So the Dockers, they move to 6-7-43. Mulgrave 2-2-14. We're 2 minutes gone in this third quarter.
Let's go to Paul Yaconi on the score centre with those important around-the-ground scores from half-time across the east.
Yeah, in Div 1, Mitcham 7-4-46 to Park Orchards 3-4-22. In Div 3, Donvale 4-5-29 to the Basin 3-2-20, and in Div 4, Warrandyte 8-10-58 to Churnside Park 4-3-27.
Thanks very much, Paul. Ball's moved into the middle of the ground here. 43 plays 14. A 29-point margin as Fogarty, once again, he's had a mammoth amount of touches up towards Mariani. Got the handball away. He was looking for Warren. The boundary line comes into play. We'll have a boundary throw in. Far side of Walker Park out here. Just edging forward across the half-forward line for Tempe. 13 scoring shots to 4 Really says it all, doesn't it, Curtis? Little handball to Parker. Was dispossessed there by Giovannini. Harry Motta is in there as well. Parker over the top of him. And we'll have a boundary throw in.
Well, we haven't seen much of Manny Sarkisian up forward, so he needs to get involved. There's a few others up there. That both the Valanuses have been really quiet. They need to get some better run and carry as well.
So Curtis in the front spot that time. In there, Valanus. Can't break 3. Harry Motta's in there too. They're just hovering around that half-forward line here for Templestowe. 3.5 gone, 29-point margin. At that time, Giovannini. Nicely done there by James. Handball back under pressure was Valanus. Crunched. But a little bit too crudely. Wins the free kick. Gets up a little Ginger. Just to create a bit of a switch. He's got the darting eyes, but eventually hooks the ball back around. It was a beautiful kick up towards the wing position. For the ball, Smith was there, but Ari Motta, handball over the top. Giovannini linked up well with Warren, goes inside forward 50. That was training drill-like stuff. And coming out was Yanni Kazakis to take the mark on the chest.
So again, it was just a long kick to a nothing, to a contest, ball hits the ground, and then the transition play of Templestowe, again, way too easy, and no pressure on the forwards then either.
No, just rinse and repeat from Mulgrave. Just dump kick down the line and hope for the best, and unfortunately they're not getting great presentation from their forwards.
So Kazakis will kick from 45 metres out directly in front. It stays straight in the end. And finally, we have our first multiple goal kicker on the ground. Kazakis has 2 and Templestowe have 7.
He's an interesting character, Kazakis. He's one of those, he's not a key forward and he's not a small forward. He's one of those probably third tall, not probably the most athletic of all the players, but he just seems to get in the right spots, and he is a beautiful kick generally. So, key guy to have down there.
He can provide tackling pressure as well, which is a good utility to have for Templestowe for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Back into the centre we go. You can see Griffin James moved into the middle also. Ari Motta is able to escape James's attention, send it forward. Young, little bit of body work on Bauer was beautiful, and he takes the mark, kicking a bit from goal, keeping it low, and the diving mark has been taken by Ibrahim.
Already 3 marks inside 50 to zip in favour of Templestowe this quarter.
And I reckon Motta's had 2 or 3 clearances himself this quarter as well. He's done really well.
Been good today, Motta.
Brody Ibrahim sends it to the top of the goal square. Seedsman's there. Kazakis over the back. Who got hands to it? Too many people in the end. Bauer was there. The tackle was laid by Peddle. This is a dangerous spot for Mulgrave, as we saw in that second quarter, flashing through. No one for Templestowe, and Peddle happy to backpedal over the line, and Hardy will bring it back in.
The Gav Casey special there, Jared, as the kick goes out, taken by Carl Giovannini. It's been quiet in this third term. On the right, boot goes up towards the top of the goal square. I couldn't help myself, Dave.
Magnificent.
Free kick going the way of the Dockers. Everything's coming up purple at the moment. And it will go the way of the big full forward, Mark Seedsman, who will no doubt from basically point-blank range kick his second goal.
Yeah, it was downfield. Carl Giovannini was...
And 25 metres to boot too.
I think Carl's going to take it.
And Seedsman runs into an easy open goal.
Well, I think everyone was confused about what was going on then. Did they get a second 25?
It was a second 25, so he went right to the line and thumped it through. Seedsman has 2, and the floodgates have opened now, and its game is all but done.
Can't disagree with you there, Ben. It's looking quite a forlorn Mulgrave side out there.
Well, they've just had no answers, to be honest, anywhere. I'm trying to pick their better players, and it's difficult to pick better players for them. So, the scoreboard probably doesn't even say how much dominant Templestowe have been, to be quite honest.
Curtis does get that tap. Ari Motta once again read it well. Mariani ended up tackled.
Yeah, just to add on that, Tempe are plus 17 in clearances and plus 28 in inside 50s.
Mariani wrapped up by 2.
you'd be happy with that at the end of the game, and you're only, 7 minutes into the third quarter, and you've got those sort of stats, so it's pretty comprehensive.
Ryan Giovannini was taken high in the ruck contest, so another entry on offer for Templestowe. Seedsman charges out, he's the option, takes out in front, and they're just doing this for fun now at Templestowe.
And again, it's the simple things. Well, when I mean simple, but if you're a defender, you've got to get body on to start off with. He just didn't have body on at all, and it was just an easy run-out mark for Seedsman. And don't get me wrong, he's a good footballer and he's a good mark, but he had no pressure on him at all.
So suddenly, Mark Seedsman, he got his second goal just before. Now, third on offer, ninth for Templestowe. Push it across the face to the left again.
Yeah, Mulgrave are just really struggling to arrest the momentum of Templestowe. They've struggled to swing the momentum in their direction.
Short pass from the kick in went the way of Ruskus.
Brief stint in the middle for Michael Ruskus.
Yeah, I've called him Rouskus before, but it is Ruskus. I confirmed that before the game.
Thank you.
Yeah. As the kick goes down towards the wing position, big fly going up, and the fall of the ball there was Warren. Little flick over the top to the run of Keogh on the right boot, bouncing football inside forward 50 into the danger zone for Mulgrave, but they've got the numbers. Swinging around now is Ruskus on the right boot, and he's let himself down. It's gone out of bounds on the full. Should have been a touch to Blake Tennant, but he chickened out of that one.
It's in a tough marking contest there.
On your Blakey, Ari Rodder on the right boot, sends the ball inside 450. What a fly there by Kazakis. Went up early, got the knee in the back and pulled down an absolute specky. Fantastic mark there by Yanni Kazakis.
I think one of the things that trying to think, I can't think of too many times when Mulgrave have had a transition of, say, 3 possessions even in a row.
No.
And this is what's been hurting them. They just cannot move the football when they get it.
All good speckies deserve a goal, and Kazakis makes no mistake. 3 goals to Yanni, and they're running away with it now, the Templestowe Dockers. There's no doubt about that. 10 minutes into this third term, 9-7-61 to 2-2-14. Unbelievable scenes out here.
Shades of the first quarter, and Mulgrave cannot get it past halfway.
Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, it looks like Mulgrave have swung it around here, trying to get some good matchups here. So it looks like Noah Smith, he had the job on Mariani. He's now going to Big Carl. So I don't know what they're going to do here, because obviously Carl's been playing off behind the balls here. So we'll see what happens here.
What can Matt Richards do to put the brakes on this Templestowe flow as Mariani takes it out of the middle? Keogh went up, had to tap it along. Trakuya feeds it inside forward 50 to no one in particular. Scooped up, going this way and that way was Varagianis, and they all get themselves in a pickle to the Mulgrave defenders as Templestowe close in over the boundary line. It'll be
their forward pressure's been outstanding, keeping the ball back in there the whole time, Templestowe.
into play it comes. Kazakis takes this ruck contest. James just had to tap it away. Peddle was there, tackled out of it. Slapped forward by Bartlett. Only went as far as Zukovic.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kazakis, then I watched him. He had 4 contests then in the ruck, and then at the end just laying his physical pressure on one of the Mulgrave players. Fantastic work.
Definitely has been a find for Templestowe. Yanni Kazakis. Feeding it out was Parker, this time to Hardy, not escaping the Mariani tackle. They are not getting anything their way today on Mulgrave. There's Kazakis again, but it was Bonnick to get the tap down. Scrambly kick forward by Parker. It's going to come right back through Carl Giovannini. Scooped up by Young, feeds it out. Handball interrupted by Ruskus, and he was tackled to ground.
Now, whether he meant it or not, I think he did. He just put in a chaos ball into the forward line to make things a bit difficult, which it just works.
Templestowe got 3 blokes spare behind the footy here.
Unbelievable. Kazakis tried to read the handball, had to run onto it, was tackled out of it. Then Parker hands it off to Bartlett, tackled over the boundary line. We've gone nearly 13 minutes in this third quarter. Templestowe 61, Mulgrave 14.
We have not seen the ball go forward for Mulgrave in this third term. Very worrying signs. As the ball comes in now. Mariani was there, but Petal handballed over the top. And towards the half-back line. Met heavily. Pack of lines there. Little handball out to Deal. Boundary line's going to come into play here, and a boundary throw-in. Psychology of this game is going to be big as well. So if these sides do end up meeting potentially in a couple of weeks' time, the fact that Templestowe are going to have 3 victories against Mulgrave this year will certainly have its weight in gold, no matter what anyone believes. Because that's what I believe. Handball over the top there. Parker got the handball away. That was okay. Baragianis out towards the wing position. They need a little bit of lady luck somehow. Deal was in there. The ball bounced away from him. Schwarzer around the body. Grubber kick up towards centre half forward. On hands and knees, the paddle goes out towards the Fogarty direction. Schwarzer came charging through again. Hit the deck, and we'll have a ball up across the 45. Just can't get it forward of centre at the moment.
No, and well, if you look down, they've got no one to kick it to.
True. Harry Motta on the left boot. Squeezed it in. Beautiful kick. He meant every bit of that. Paddy Horvath in position A will have a ping. He'll only kick from 35 out directly in front, which is just his range.
Just doing that as they please at the stoppage, Templestowe. This Mulgrave structures around the stoppage pretty much from the get-go have been pretty lacklustre, and then Templestowe just another easy clearance inside 50, hit up an uncontested mark.
And how can they have an uncontested mark there when they've got 3 spares in defence as well?
Exactly. Comes in now, Horvath on the left. Can he keep it straight? Of course he can. It's raining purple out here at Walker Park. They bring up the double digits. 10 goals, 767. Mulgrave, just that woeful 2-2-14. Let's go to Paul Yacconi and the score centre. Something important around the ground score.
Yeah, got some Premier scores. Rowville 13,987 to Bolwyn 4,630. Vermont 11,470 to Berwick 9,559. Blackburn 11,571 to South Belgrave 5,939. East Ringwood 7,850 to Donny East 5,232, and South Croyd 9,660 to Noble Park 7,547.
Thank you very much, Paul. As right here, it's an insurmountable 55-point lead for Templestowe. Finally, a clearance goes the way of Mulgrave, and hit after the handball, after the disposal, was Jack Davidson, but Bonnie will take this free kick, technically down the field, and Templestowe have just stacked their back line, but they've ignored a couple of options out there. One of them was Bartlett, falls for Deal, now to Peddle, outside of the right. Oh, it could have been a consolation Tobin Brothers goal of the day for Mulgrave, but it wasn't to be. Templestowe to bring this one back in. 16 minutes gone, and it's Jake McSwain, the late in.
McSwain, short pass. Going to have to take it again, though. Williams will pass it back to him. Too sure what that's all about.
Not back far enough, Williams.
Yeah, rightio. Need to start in the square. Kick out towards the direction of Williams again. Got pinged. We'll have a ball up. Still across the half-forward line here for Mulgrave. Searching for their first goal in this third term. They've only kicked 2 for the afternoon so far. Little kick off the ground there by Dean, but eventually in the arms of Warren, who had a little bit of time. Handball over the top. Keeping it alive was Keogh. Momentarily only, and over the boundary line she goes, right in front of the Templestowe dugout. Senior coach Paul Fiorenza and co. Be a happy bunch down there, there's no doubt about that. The purple haze. Pye throws it in now. Giovanini got it down to Williams, who couldn't break the tackle. Zach Bonney. So 50 metres out. A little bit of holding on Giovanini in the ruck contest, and he'll receive the free kick. He's got Ari Motter out wide. He was looking for a 25. He dropped like a sack of potatoes there as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football inside the arc now for Templestowe on hands and knees. Seedsman goes after it a second and third time. Is he going to receive a free kick here? He is. He is for a high tackle. So
that was just way too easy. He was 1 on 4 then, and he wanted the footy. And so he just put himself under the pressure and just worked the free kick beautifully.
Yeah, spot on. But just that second and third efforts, the hands and knees. He kept his head low. He knew that he was probably potentially going to cop something high, and that's what he did. So it starts his approach now. Kicked 2 goals for the day, Mark Seedsman. Distance won't be a problem, we know that. He's kicked 44 for the year. He thumps the ball, but it starts left, and that's exactly where it stays. Minor score is the result on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 19 minutes almost tick over on the scoreboard. 10-8-68 to 2-3-15.
Blakey down on the boundary line.
It's actually Ryan down here, but just something to keep an eye on, the rotations for Templestowe after having 8 changes this week. Expect a few of the key stars to potentially have a lot more time on the bench last quarter.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense for them to do. It was Mulgrave that were trying to work their way out of the phone box, but it ended up with a tackle on Joel Pereira. As we look ahead to next week, repercussions from this game, Templestowe will go and play Surrey Park in a semi-final, and Mulgrave will be awaiting the winner of Waverley Blues in Lilydale, playing tomorrow, of course. And plenty of momentum will be against Mulgrave, I would say, as I think those 4th and 5th sides will be looking for an upset, potentially surprise kill, as Mulgrave, they're able to work this one down the ground. It was James and Peddle working in harmony, and now Bonnie will
have a shot.
Yeah, surely. What else is there to do? Yeah, he's going to, by the looks of it. So Zach Bonnie. Oh, no, he sent it into the pocket and into the hedges over the fence.
That just about sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say, with their forward structure there, Mulgrave, because the Templestowe set up so well defensively, all the Mulgrave forwards had to get up the ground, and they had no one to kick to when they got a stoppage there.
Yep.
So it's now in the hands of Carl Giovannini, the one-man Bermuda Triangle that Mulgrave have failed to navigate today.
I love that. That is magnificent.
Baxter Lease was able to take that intercept mark. Valanis just trying to order the troops about. Where's the movement forward? Oh, there it is. Outstretched hands of Munro. It's taken the mark, sorry.
I think he's going to give the free kick.
Yeah, it was held.
It was held.
Oh, Zach Bonnie held in the end. So at least it was a free kick to Mulgrave. As
hopefully this kick is better than his last.
100%.
Well, he's closer to where he kicked it out, so...
So for the third of the day for Mulgrave, Zach Bonnie, he didn't waste any time. And he didn't waste the shot either. It's a goal. And the round of applause has been given. They're forlorn yet still here, still present, the Mulgrave faithful.
Redemption goals are so sweet.
Let's go to Paul in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, a bit of a comeback by Park Orchards. They got it back to 9 points. It's Mitcham 8-4-52 to Park Orchards 6-7-43 in Div 1.
They're never out of any game, this Park Orchard side.
You're not wrong.
Never out of any game.
Ball back in the middle. Giovannini got the knockdown straight down the throat of Warren. They've done that a few times today as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line, standing strong. Fletcher Roberts takes it across the half-back line. He'll switch it back to Lease.
This has been their next kick, which has been their problem.
When you concede 30 metres, you want to get the next one right. And it's been knocked out of bounds by Paddy Horvath.
We had nowhere to go. He had Brown and McSwain down the line, just standing on their own, and he had to go wide.
Yeah.
So boundary throw in, 55 metres out. They haven't allowed back-to-back goals since early in the second quarter, Templestowe. The kick goes in towards the middle. Big fly there by Giovannini. Came out now, linking up handball. Azuri inside forward, 50 it goes towards the top of the goal square. The Lions have the numbers at the back, but at the fall it might work out okay for Templestowe. Handball by Bauer. They linked up nicely. Out towards the wing, out towards the half back line. Pereira gets the old 1-2, and he ran out of room, and he got crunched into the Fernwood fence. Oh, that's a little bit nasty. And
He knew. I think the fence came up for both of them too quickly.
I heard it from here.
Yeah, I don't think he meant. Oh,
he's copped a yellow card too.
It's probably fair.
Yeah,
But
He was probably over the boundary when he got him, but let's have a look.
Yeah, so it's Trikulja, is it? No, it's Kazakis.
Yeah. Yeah, as much as he didn't mean it, there's still a duty of care to not, be clumsy like that.
A yellow card. Yanni Kazakis, who's had a pretty good game today and kicked a couple of goals, took a specky early in this term. Gets a game-imposed break. Just a little bit of stoppage in play here. So can Mulgrave get a little bit of momentum going into this last quarter? Falloon was there, knock on, nicely done by Keogh. Went to Mariani, couldn't release. He's going to get pinged for holding the ball here, Mariani. Copped one on the head, so free kick going the way of Falloon. Mariani's still down. We'll keep a look on him for that one. Just slowly getting himself up off the ground now. The pressure's still on Templestowe. So one docker and about 4 lines in there on hands and knees. Carl Giovannini's in there as well. And we will have a ball up.
Free kick, Mulgrave.
Well, out of all of that, a free kick going the way of the Lions.
And it's
a red card.
Yellow card.
A yellow card. So
getting forward inch by inch with threes, and they might end up with 2 yellows.
Well,
they've got 15-minute reprieve.
They're making their way up the ground through yellow cards at the moment.
Slowly eliminating Templestowe players from the field. It's wild. Zeri has gone off.
And they won't be happy because it makes the rotations difficult now. The guys they want to rotate, they can't get off the ground because they've got 2 guys sitting on the bench with yellows who don't need rotating.
So, be Smith, switch it into the middle. Ruskas now darted one way, then turned back in and kicked the ball inside forward. 50, who's going to be the flyer? And the fall the ball, handball over the top. Nice little run there by Giovannini. Got the handball out. They're going to link up through Mariani now. Had to go in wide. Deal. Gave him a little hip and shoulder. Came through Hardy though. Now they've won the turn over the Lions, and arching the back is Volunas on the right boot. Goes up towards the forward pocket. It's a 2-on-1 situation. A big fly up the top there by Bonnie, who bustled his way through and kicked a cracking goal. Fantastic bit of play there from the big man after he let himself down with a sausage roll with the best of them. He's come back and kicked 2 goals in the last 5.
Yeah, and he worked pretty hard then. He worked really hard. He was 1 on 4, 1 on 3 then. Managed to win the stoppage contest, and then, nice goal. So he's kicked 2 and he's been a bit of a target for them in the last 5 minutes.
Well, good on Mulgrave. They've belaboured the task, but they've managed to get a couple in this third quarter. Cut the margin back down to 43 points. It would be some sort of a final quarter if they managed to even challenge. Ryan Giovannini out of the stoppage. That was a push in the back against Ruskas. Schwarzer.
That's just really silly.
Yeah, unnecessary. And Schwarzer, he's spotted up Seedsman. He gave Lisa a little bit of a look at it, and the clamps from Seedsman were just too good. He made the kick look better than it was, I think.
They've just got too much height around the ground today, haven't they? They've been able to take marks all around the ground, and the one thing you've seen from Mulgrave, they just don't have the body shape to be able to out-muscle some of these Templestowe players.
Indeed. So he's missed a couple of goals from this spot on the ground, has Mark Seedsman. He's got 2 on the day thus far. And he's missed. So.
I mean, that is a difficult pocket to kick it from. So, knowing that, look, he hasn't played on the ground before, so that probably doesn't help. But you do know that if you can work in that V and lead into the V here on this ground, it makes it pretty easy to kick goals. But outside of that, you've really got to be able to kick the ball well to kick goals here.
Varagianis having a bit of a chat with some Templestowe supporters over the fences. He's waiting for the ball to come back.
I'm sure he's getting plenty of really good advice.
Joe Varagianis is moved from Doncaster East, of course. He's swapped the darker Lions strip of Donny East for the more vibrant one of Mulgrave. Passes it to Ruskus, and they will load up. Well, straight to centre half back. It's going to have to be a good contest by Mulgrave. Scooped up by Warren now. Hands it off to Harry Motta. Goals at his mercy. The snap was faded to the left. Yet another behind. Templestowe moved to 10-12-72 to Mulgrave 4-3-27, and they pass it in quickly, BWS.
They do, and I'm still upset you think Donny East strip's dull as it comes in.
Dark.
Kick goes in, and they just they do anything they like at the moment, Templestowe. The forward pressure was on. Marcus Young just intercepted a ball intended for Joel Pereira, and he'll go back and have a ping from 40.
Well, that was to be honest, that was a terrible option and a poor kick. Did not give that defender any chance to take the ball then. And it's been the part of the game. They just haven't been able to get any continuity with the ball at all today.
Currently on 22 goals for the season. One of their most consistent players through 2026. Leans over the ball and he makes no mistake. Beautiful shot on goal. Marcus Young has 2, and that brings up legs 11 for Tempe, 11-10-76 to 4-3-27.
He's a handy player to have as a third tall forward because you obviously have Seedsman and Kazakis is in there. And if you have Young, who he's one of those guys that he only needs 6 or 7 possessions and he generally kicks 3. So he's a very valuable player to have in this group.
Back up they go. Ryan Giovannini got the tap down. The consummate clearance getter in Fogarty sends it forward, but it was scooped up by Varagianis. Ruskus tackled, holding the ball.
I feel like the dam wall's about to burst here.
Stephen Schwarzer will send it forward. Seedsman's the obvious target. And he sticks out like a sore thumb as he sticks out his hands and clamps the ball once again.
9 forward 50 marks to 2 this quarter in favour of Templestowe.
Oof. Those are numbers that Matt Richards would not want to be looking at. Mark Seedsman, again, he has missed multiple shots at goal from this angle. Can he make good this time?
We should know what it's going to do. He's had plenty of kicks from here.
Absolutely. Well, in he comes. No, he's made the same mistake. Consistently kicking it to the left.
Well, the wind's going across the face of the goal, so it's making it difficult. But you would have thought by now you might want to have a ping on the left.
Yeah.
Maybe, or you might lead into a different spot.
True that. So, Varagianis kicks the ball out. Little handball over the top now. He wanted the 1-2. They've coughed it up completely here. And having a chuckle to himself, there's Patrick Horvath.
But again, it's like if you're going to go with that short kick, you've got to have the next. They just haven't had the next option. They've just not been able to take that second short kick in.
Yeah, story of the day, really, isn't it?
Yeah, their forward pressure's been enormous, and they're structurally, that's something that Surrey will be looking at. They structure up incredibly well.
So can Horvath break the duck from this side of the ground? He cannot make the distance, and three-quarter time is announced, and it's a 50-point lead to the Dockers. Nobody saw this sort of margin coming a couple of hours ago, but what a monstrous performance it has been by Templestowe, and they lead 11-11-77 to 4-3-27. The major goal kickers on the ground. We had none in the first half, but they're streaming through now for Tempe. Kazakis has 3, 2 each to Seedsman and Young, whilst Bonnie kicked 2 goals for Mulgrave. They're only 2 for that third term. We're 3/4 down. There's 1 to go. Stick with us for the final term out here at Walker Park for the Division 2 qualifying final, and we'll be back with all those other important around the ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Bring it in, Davo.
Well, welcome back out to Walker Park out here, Division 2 qualifying final day. Templestowe and Mulgrave, and the Dockers 11-11, 77 to 4-3, 27, 50-point lead. This game is done, gentlemen. What did the two sides take out of this final 30 minutes?
Well, I think Templestowe take
Boundary.
the fact that they need... We'll go to Boundary.
Yeah, just at the Templestowe huddle. Paul, fantastic game so far. Really good first 3 quarters. You probably could be a little bit more further in front on the scoreboard, but you must be pretty happy overall.
Yeah, look, we just wanted finals footy's pressure footy, and we've brought that today. And it's only 3 quarters, though. Anything happen, we've let sides back in this position before this year, so hopefully we can run it out for 4 quarters.
Absolutely. Obviously, a big last quarter to come, 52 points, but you did make sure, that message at 3-quarter time is that, we're not done yet. We've still got to really finish this out, and how important is that running out, obviously, with a big game next week as well?
We've got to play through, right? We've got to get on a roll, and we've got to keep going, momentum into next week. It's not over yet. I'm not saying next week, whoever we're playing. We need that momentum, and we need to keep playing our sort of football and just get continuity with it so we're ready to go every week.
And obviously a big amount of changes across this weekend coming into the side. Is there anyone you look in the last sort of 10 to 15 minutes that you get a bit more of a break, or would you prefer them to be out there and just continue to get through the game?
I think we need to run it out, just get the fitness through, so we won't look at anything like that just yet. Maybe the last 5 minutes there might be something like that, but, again, we've got to wait for this quarter. We can't keep thinking it's the end of the game yet. And the boys just need a good run in them. So I think they've performed pretty well, to be honest, the guys that have come in, and, it's reward for effort and pressure.
Absolutely. Super game so far. All the best last quarter.
Great stuff there. Ryan Long down there with senior coach Paul Fiorenza. Well, we've heard what Templestowe want to do. What do Mulgrave get out of this one?
Well, they've got to get out a quarter. They've got to get some sort of system going. They've got to start using their hands and run and carry and take a few risks. They've not taken any risks at the moment. And, in a game like this, it doesn't matter. There's no percentage. So you've got to take a positive stance for this last quarter.
Well, we're just waiting for the last few fans to trickle through the gates as the players are in position. The umpire holds the ball aloft, and the final term of the Division 2 qualifying final is about to get underway, and here's Jared Beeland.
Thank you very much, BWS. I think it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say it's a fait accompli today, as they're feeding it through hands, through Williams, and then Fogarty was tackled off the ball. Carl Giovannini came up to support him, sends the kick towards the lead of Young, but it was too wide.
Gee, how many years have we heard that combination of Fogarty to Carl Giovannini? They're pretty special players, aren't they, both of them?
Absolutely.
And remember, there's no Mitchener.
100%. He'll be back in, and we'll have other teams quaking in their boots at the sight of this performance without Mitchener.
A shout out to Bo as well, who's not feeling well today. I'm sure he's tuning into the broadcast as well. Hope he gets better soon.
Having his lamb sip and chicken broth, I think he is
I reckon.
at this stage.
Man flu, as Paul said.
Ryan Giovannini from the arc sets it to the top of the goal square. Offhands it was for Loon. Tried to spirit it away. Unable to do so. Had it wrenched from his grasp. Trikulia hands it out to the pocket. And Horvath from the tightest of angles. Oh, what does the umpire say? From the reactions of the players, it was a behind.
That is the most dramatic behind I've seen for a while, that one.
Unbelievable.
Left me hanging there.
He loaded the arms up like he was going to do the double salute there.
Pause for effect.
Kick in the middle of the ground. Giovannini's there. Takes the mark. Gonna swing around now and thump the ball inside forward 50 out towards the Young direction. It was knocked away from him and can't keep the ball alive. Well, the boundary umpire was right there, and that was absolutely out. But nonetheless, Falloon in there, copped the football up. Little handball back. Giovannini got it away. Snap around the body that time there from his brother Carl, and up towards the half forward line. Eventually knocked over. Horvath couldn't keep that alive.
He hopped out of his car to handball that back. That's how far out he was.
Totally agree there. We're looking forward to heading down to Blake Tennant, who was over at the Mulgrave huddle at three-quarter time. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square, stays alive, open goal, beckons Christian Chikulja. Welcome back onto the ground, son.
Yes. That's
kicks his second goal of the afternoon.
Just too easy. Gee, Ari Motter's a nice player around contest, isn't he? He's got that nice first step. Doesn't matter whether it's right or left, he gets onto that first step, takes control and puts the ball in good spots.
He loves saluting to the crowd as well. He loves the celebration. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Let's cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant, who was over at the Mulgrave huddle at three-quarter time.
Have his headset on. No.
Is that
Blake?
No. Go through a whole masterclass and everything during the week, and you just take nothing away from it.
Brutal.
Where are you accused, David?
Oh, dear.
Well, it will be back into the middle. 12-14-86, Mulgrave 4-3-27, and the Lions is asleep at the wheel as now as Blake Tennant. He's got his head. Nope. Okay, never mind. Out of the centre, Mariani hands it over to Fogarty. The backward handball finds Keogh, has to step around his opponent. Back to Ryan Giovannini this time, in and out of the tackle. Fogarty again, hands it off. There's Lennox Williams coming up to meet it. Was Bauer, shows a good bit of step there, good bit of pace into the middle though. His kick was cut off by Carl Giovannini, as he's able to do so well. He reads the long kicks, reads the short kicks. This one sets it up, and forward go Templestowe again. The kick just found space, nothing more than that, but Templestowe have brilliant representation, and Trikulia kicks his second in 2 minutes.
Carl bought his own footy today, I think.
Yeah. Just the way, like, this is as dominant a performance in a final by an individual that's not playing forward of the football. Like, it's, you've got to remember, he's played basically in the back half the entire game. They're winning by 10 goals plus, or yeah, just over 10 goals, and he's been the dominant player in the game. Done a magnificent job.
Paul Coney in the Stat Centre.
Yeah, Div 1, Mitcham 10-4-64 to Park Orchard 7-8-50. I'll bring more as this kick goes inside 50.
I'll take it away, Paul. Ari Motta half forward line. I was getting excited then for you, mate. Davidson now. Little kick really had very low percentage on it, but up to the task there was Varagianis. Up towards the wing position now, dropping the mark. There was Munro running onto it at that time. There was for Loon, flicked it up towards centre half forward. They're just getting themselves up into that forward arc and doing it the hard way. There's absolutely no doubt about that. We'll have a ball up across the 45. 92 plays, 27 at the moment. James couldn't quite get it. Look at Mariani, just bustled his way out, got the handball away to Fogarty, who thumped the ball up towards the half-forward line, bounces inside forward 50 in a favourable one there for Seedsman, who just arched his back this way, that way, handball back. Warren would love a goal, straightens up and misses.
And he had two players 10 metres away from him by themselves that he could have given it off to.
Well, that's junk time. Paul, Yukoni, more scores.
So in Div 3, Donvale 5-9-39 to the Basin 3-2-20, and in Div 4, Warrandyte 9-14-68 to Churnside Park 8-8-56.
Interesting. So Adrian Giovannini sent it back inside forward 50. Off the deck was Horvath. Whistle went as he went a second time off the deck. Let's see what the umpire is going to figure out here. It'll be a free kick to Joel Pereira. And Jay, the look across his face just speaks volumes as to how it must feel to be a Lion out there. Fletcher Roberts mistimed his run. Adrian Giovannini tackled illegally. It sends it to McSwain, just ran into a bit of trouble, but got the kick away. Ari Motto with a diving mark. And very, very little attention on him as he slipped in and took that one, lining up for Templestowe's 14th goal.
Davo, we've spoken about Mulgrave ahead of the footy today, and I've been a little bit disappointed by Ollie Munro and his presentation.
Yep.
He's been caught behind a couple of times and hasn't really had that presence that he's had throughout the year.
No, and I'm not saying he looks disinterested, but he looks disinterested.
Ari Motto will come in. He's very much interested in this game to put the foot down and show no mercy to Mulgrave. The purple haze has descended at Walker Park today.
Tell you what, he's played a great game as well, hasn't he?
It's in my votes.
You know, if there wasn't a Giovannini on the ground, and I mean all three of them, he's wow, and Fogarty.
Yep,
gee
agreed.
whiz.
Agreed. You just named my three players I've got in my vote so far, literally.
Spoiler alert.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, the Cairo Eastland Best on Ground wins a $50 Cairo voucher this afternoon. So I just thought I'll throw that in, a little sponsors plug.
Just go down onto the bench and say, can you give this to Carl when he comes off the ground? I don't think we need Blake or Emily here to be counting votes, to be quite honest.
As it'll be Mariani wrapped up by 2. Pressure continues from Mulgrave at the very least. Matt Richards will be looking for any wins, anything that he can take into next week. As Waverley Blues and Lilydale await their matchup tomorrow and will await Mulgrave next week. The winner of that is Varagianis lost.
They are a shell of what they've shown this year. I mean, they have been a really good running, connecting side all year. They have just not been allowed to do anything that they normally do all day.
Smaller ground, maybe, Davo? Just
maybe,
clog
yep.
up. A little bit of a clog up.
Indeed. First to it was Ruskus even. I'm going to have to correct that.
Yeah, but they definitely haven't got anything on the outside. You know, Hardy hasn't burst off half back or anything like that. So,
and worth mentioning, they are missing Tilliard. They are missing Gervasoni, of course, for most of the year. He's been out. Griffin James held up. Free kick
on the ball,
given away to McSwain. Holding the ball, it was not McSwain. Sorry, Abzeri. And they send it forward again. Seedsman on his own. Let it bounce to him. No. Bounces him a wrong'un. Pereira scoops it up. Tackled by Fogarty. We've got 10 minutes in this final quarter.
That bloke has gone to the Sylvan kicking school of football, that guy.
Helicopter punts from last week.
Yes.
Little handball off from Villanis. Got it out of the defensive arc. They might get a little bit of a run on here. The Lions, handball there, nicely done. In towards the middle, a bouncing football, but once again, they can't get past the purple wall. As charging through there was Williams, got a handball out wide, didn't hit the target, so kick off the ground, went up towards the half-forward line. There's a 3-on-1 situation here. And once again, Templestowe win out. Ibrahim just wants to slow things down a little bit. Been very good by foot all day. That kick let him down. Now a chance for Smith. Handball backwards. Up towards the half-forward line now for Mulgrave. This is looking a little better. Munro been very quiet today. On the right boots, going to set sail. It's a thumping kick. It's a beautiful kick too, but it went right to the line, but didn't even score in the end, and Mark taking it the last line of defence. Now a chance now for the Dockers to run this ball out through Zukovic, who pokes it out towards the half-back line. It's a good kick as well.
And this is what Mulgrave have not been able to do. These sort of kicks down the ground where they've been able to find targets.
Horvath was the intended target. Coming in there was Stephen Swartzer, who will hand the ball back. The umpire. He's kicked a goal today. He's an old man, the previous junior president at Templestowe Football Club. Little handball out there by Dean. Ball goes out towards the boundary line. Will it stay alive? McSwain, the big man, lays a strong tackle. He just did a fantastic job there, Ari Motta, keeping it alive. Sting certainly gone out of it. We will have a boundary throw-in.
Well, one team knows the scoreboard doesn't make any difference, so they don't have much to do, and the other team doesn't want to get injured.
Yes, that suggests that both teams would be thinking about the siren, perhaps wanting one of us to break into the timekeeper's box and blow it early. Ruskus tackles Schwarzer. 12 minutes gone in this final quarter. Templestowe looking to continue this form into next week against Surrey Park, of course. Ruskus works his way through traffic. Aussie Dean hasn't had much of the footy, gets a taste of it now, sends it down the line. Fletcher Roberts spoiled away from him easily enough by Doug Wooten.
He's been really good, Wooten, hasn't he? He's one of those guys that he doesn't look much, but he's just such a good defensive player. And it doesn't matter whether it's a taller or small, he does a really good job.
Oyakoni.
Churnside Park have got it back to 3 points. Warrandyte 9-14-68 to Churnside Park 9-11-65.
My goodness.
Charging through the middle of the ground, Giovannini. Oh, the diving mark by Seedsman. Very little Joel Pereira could have done.
Just some important scores that we keeping our eye on though for Premier Division. Vermont are up 95-73, so 22 points over Berwick. Doncaster East 5-point lead over East Ringwood in the last term. So going down to the wire to see who will play Roeville next week. Will it be Doncaster East to hold position, or will they be pipped at the post by Vermont?
Mark Seedsman to line up for his third of the day. I feel he's had a better day than what that might have suggested. He's definitely provided a good option for Templestowe, as he has throughout the whole year. He sends it on its way, but once again pushed it left, and he's thinking to himself perhaps he needs to find his kicking boots for next week.
How many goals has he kicked?
44.
Today.
Today 2.
I think he's kicked 2-5.
Yeah, something along those lines.
If he'd kicked straight, they'd be easily up by 100 by now. There's no doubt about that. Ball in the middle here. James got the handball away. Just a nothing kick there by Body towards the ball 50. But it might work out okay here. James runs in and kicks an open goal. That was better.
It was something.
They made something out of not the greatest of situations, but a good goal there. And a good finish. I think it was Villanis, sorry.
Yes.
I've got called that one wrong. But Villanis has kicked his first of the day. And Mulgrave finally have their 5th.
And that's the first time that we've seen the defence of Templestowe probably just switch off a little bit then. He just allowed, his defender allowed him that space out the back, which he loves to get. And when he does get the ball and run, he is quick.
Well, I think they have licence to switch off a little bit at this stage of the game with a 77-point lead now. Ebseri out to centre-half forward, but mark's been taken by Bauer. Onto the wing. Oh, good challenge against Varagianis by Carl Giovannini. Not taking a backward step at all today.
Looked like he was doing a bit of breakdancing
Just
there.
keep in mind, this bloke's missed about 6 weeks of footy.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. He played
3 quarters in the twos last week and
come back in
unbelievable. Yeah. Credit to his fitness whilst being off with an arm injury.
Yeah, we've got to remember he's pretty handy in the middle and he goes forward and does some damage as well.
For those, of course, that might have forgotten, Templestowe lost by a single point in the grand final last year against Wantirna South, so they are looking to reprise a potential premiership chance. As Mulgrave, they've worked it through hands, but they've stuffed it up at the wrong moment. The whistle's gone. Was it a free kick? Was it advantage? Is it a goal?
It's a goal.
These are the questions, and the goal's been kicked by Nathan Peddle.
I think it might have been a free kick.
For a sling?
I think
to Munro.
Sorry, I'm back now.
Yes.
Hey, there he is. Welcome back. The Mayor of Montrose.
I think it was just a bit of a hold there too, but I think Peddle, as you mentioned, Jared, to kick that goal, he looks a bit ginger at the moment. So, so a lot of positives as well for Templestowe, and they're going to be dangerous, I think, next week, gentlemen. So it'll be interesting.
Thanks very much, Blake. It's great to have you back, mate. As McSwain went up in the ruck this time for Templestowe. Ari Modder's in there over the top of it. James as well.
Being the Mayor of Montrose must be a demanding position.
Yeah, I don't know who came up with that one.
Paul Uconi.
I know it's a town, but yeah.
Kissing hands and shaking babies.
Yeah, just some important Premier scores. Donny East are 11 points up, 11-3, 69 to East Ringwood, 8-10, 58. And Berwick have got it back to 15 points. Vermont 15-5, 95 to Berwick 12-8, 80.
Great stuff there, Paul. A fantastic tackle from Swartzer inside the forward arc here for Templestowe, and he's been rewarded with a free kick, and he's going to kick from just inside the 45. It's going to take absolutely every bit of his best effort to put this one through. Going to get the handball away to McSwain. McSwain now from 50 metres out, set sail all the way home. It was the right option. Give another half point to Stephen Swartzer there. He knew he couldn't. It was a fantastic set play there, and the big man, Jakey McSwain, welcome into the side this afternoon as a late inclusion went bang from outside 50.
Yeah, he's inside the square when he's kicked that.
1.5 steps.
Unbelievable. No, good on him.
Tobin Brothers, a goal of the day. Haven't called many of them. He doesn't get a prize, but he gets a plug.
Yes.
So does the sponsor.
In Div 1, back to 8 points. It's Mitcham 11-5, 71 to Park Orchards 9-9, 63.
Well, McSwain kicked that goal, lost the ruck contest, and Mulgrave will go forward. Good mark taken. Monroe finally gets a feel for the footy. Difficult angle, perhaps, but you'd back him. Hasn't been cited that much today, but he's been important for them this year, of course. Monroe, he's kicked 16 goals for the year. And he's taken his time with this one. 18.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. Qualifying final action, of course, in Division 2. Templestowe on their way to meet Surrey Park. Mulgrave. He'd be wanting to find a little bit of form, Ollie Munro, and he's done just that, perhaps, with a goal. And the forlorn cheers from the Mulgrave faithful ring around Walker Reserve as Walker Park, as we've got Paul Uconi in the Stat Centre.
Yeah, Div 3, Donvale 5-10-40 to the Basin 4-2-26, and in Div 4, Warrandyte 9-16-70 to Churnside Park 9-11-65.
It's a low-scoring game between Donvale
Oh,
and
that
Basin.
is like, it's, yeah, glad we're here. Didn't think I'd say that, but...
Ball back in the middle. Can Mulgrave get a little bit of a run on? But know how good the pressure's been from Tempe all day, but they're barging their way through inside the forward arc now. They break free, trying to get away with it was Abzeri.
Must be windy down at Wally too.
It must be. I tell you what, just watch the vision of that if you do again. That was a smother off the boot from Giovannini then. It was just amazing. He's had some kind of a game.
Keogh into the middle. Bauer got the fumbles, went after it again. Handball to no avail. Still alive, just outside the centre square. Umpire hasn't seen a free kick. This could have been a high tackle on for Mulgrave, but nonetheless up towards the half-forward line. Diving into a tackle where Hardy was the brick wall, and we'll have a ball up 55 metres out from goal.
That is Varagianis who's down.
Yeah.
Over the back there, Fogarty was in. Handball out there, Bauer. He's worked really hard for Mulgrave today, Bauer. Eventually knocked out towards Bartlett. Spinning around there was Hardy, who used the corridor. The kick was an absolute shank up towards centre half forward. Chopping it off nicely was Williams. Poked it out wide and it'll sit up nicely, you would expect there for Williams too. And it came back to Williams, so it's a Williams off at the moment. He'll swing around now on the right boot. Check side, out of bounds on the full. So good little bit of pressure there. Well done, Alex Hardy. Kept the chase up after shanking the kick up towards the half-forward line. Went back for redemption. Won the football. Well, he's got to cough it up now. That ruined the whole segue, didn't it? So, anyway. Kick goes inside forward, 50 now for Mulgrave. No one's in front. Munro got a fist on it. The ball handball over the top. Davidson tried to keep it alive for Valanis. Kicked a goal today. Not the greatest crowd out here for the game. It was pretty large early. Of course, we've had reserves and under-19s play. There was a big Surrey Park contingent. There's absolutely no doubt about that. We're in the park.
Where is Josh anyway?
Right in front of us, actually.
Oh, well, there's the contingent.
They travelled very well. There's no doubt about that.
And I suppose having just Mulgrave being in all three sides, it tends to lower the crowd numbers a little bit.
And when you've got a quality broadcast going along the whole way, you could also stay home and watch it.
Oh, I was going to, but I realised I was on it.
Back in we go. As time trickling away. Going through the motions of the players on the field as Abzeri ended up tackled. Very little to gain now. As Peddle lays the tackle, slapped forward by Mulgrave now. Keogh read that well, tackled, slung to the ground by Falloon. Can Mulgrave manufacture a goal through this? Varagianis sent it to the top of the goal square. Punch came from Munro. The kick off the deck could have been a miracle goal by Noah Smith and a consolation for Mulgrave and Matt Richards and co. But no, it wasn't to be. Cole Giovannini brings it back in. Mark taken on the outer side. I believe this is... Goodness me.
Adrian
Giovannini. Thank you very much. Big mark over the back. No, it was dropped by Brown. Slings Dean round in the tackle. Held up once more. Let's go to Paul Uconi with just some more scores.
Berwick have got it back to 9 points. Vermont 15-6, 96 to Berwick 13-9, 87. And there's a kick in it between Donny East and East Ringwood. Donny East 12-4, 76 to East Ringwood 10-10, 70.
Well, I did say it wasn't the most vibrant of strips, but must have been a vibrant performance to get over the ladder leaders in East Ringwood.
Let's just get that game up and call that game.
Lee?
I was only going to say before I could dial you in earlier, Davo. It's just going to be a 2 or 3 second delay on specials, that's all.
Ari Motta centres the ball. As
so about 1 second better than usual.
Some people will go, that's earlier than normal.
Yeah. Mark's been taken by Lennox Williams. He'll be going for goal. He's played just the one senior game this year. This will be his second. He's made his senior debut 2 years ago for West Preston Lakeside. He's come to Templestowe this year. From the arc. No, he's hit the wrong part of the ball by the looks of it.
Touched off the boot.
Touched off the boot. Goodness me. Hardy read it well. It's going to come right back now for Fogarty. So
he's likely to nail it from here.
Yes. Don't think he's going to make...
He deserves a goal today.
Young Lennox.
He does.
He does indeed. He's kicked just the one goal for the year, surprisingly enough. 7 last year A Doncaster player made his senior debut in 2011. That's not going to be a goal. Helicopter punt towards the goal square. Whistle has gone. There was a spoil. Play on advantage from the back pocket. Mulgrave will try and not do that.
Hindsight 2020 vision.
That sums it all up, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
Final minutes of this Division 2 qualifying final. It's a 60-point margin to the Dockers. It'll come out now. Fogarty ducked underneath the Parker tackle. Comes out now. Little handball by Valanis. Ricochets away and over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right in front of the Templestowe contingent. Smiles aplenty down that end of the ground. There's no doubt about that.
Just quickly in Premier now, the Blue South Belgrave got it back to 10 points against Blackburn.
Ooh. Well, it's a very intriguing final round of Premier Division football. There's no doubt about that, Paul. As the ball goes up, trying to trap it there was Rooskas. Couldn't quite do so. Running in and maybe kick an open goal here. Absary! Oleto Biote!
He deserves a goal.
Yeah, no, that's his first of the day and worked really hard and earned that one. Made it look pretty easy. 66 points, clickety-click.
Underrated player. He's kicked 10 goals this year, kicked 10 goals last year. That's his personal best. Now is 11 goals is his personal best for his career. He's the main tackler. He's the #1 tackler rated in the competition.
I was going to say his defensive work has been really good. That kick for goal, there was a reverse torp off the inside of his boot. So,
yep.
No extra points for that.
No.
16-16, 1-12 to 7-4, 46. Mulgrave just willing themselves across the line here.
That was the most non-contact ruck contest I've seen for a long time, those two.
Look like they were playing a game of lawn bowls between them.
Paul Yukoni in the score centre.
Got an update in Div 4. A goal to Warrandyte. They lead by 2 goals. Warrandyte 10-18-78 to Churnside Park 9-12-66.
44 cues in racks out here at Walker Park.
Speaking about cues in racks, the bench, you've looked at both Giovannini's, Ryan and Carl, both iced up, as well as Matt Mariani. These are probably 3 of the key players that they've been able to have the luxury of taking off in the last 10 minutes.
Oh no, they're in danger of having someone steal the votes off them.
So not injured, they're just off and resting.
Just precautionary.
But Arimoda ended that contest. We're ticking to 28 minutes. The slap down came from Mulgrave, I believe. Bonnie, good little step by Falloon. Was no. Stuffed it up in the end, and Horvath will take this free kick. He's a good young player, Horvath. Bright future at Templestowe. Sends it right down the ground. No one went up to contest that mark by Josh Warren, the vice-captain. Looking for options. Just pulled the kick a little bit, and it was potentially a good option, but slipped out of the hands of Ebzeri. Seedsman had to end up tackling Ruskus.
That's what I like to. That's what you like to see, even at the end of the game when you've got your full forward coming out and still making big tackles. That's what you like. Oh.
Well, you like the endeavour. It's unfortunate that it was a free kick against him for it, though. And Jack Davidson in the back pocket will send it. So good punch over the top by Bonnie. Scooped up now by Sarkissian. He dropped the knees, the Mulgrave player, in Hardy. The umpire read that pretty well.
Yeah, he did actually. That was a good decision.
High, but it was, yeah.
McSwain comes in, and well, there's a bit of bruising footy from him.
We haven't seen a lot of Alex Brown today.
No, I think that's been a bit of a Hail Mary that may not have worked, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, they've won by 70 points. Yep.
Mulgrave, can they? No, they can't. And they haven't all day. Templestowe, Purple Haze has come down here at Walker Park. They have been merciless today. We see just the quality that they're able to put forth in this Division 2, and the rest of the sides in Div 2, they're on notice as Tempe have won 16-16, 1-12 to Mulgrave, 7-4-46. The Lions go back to lick their wounds and await the winner of Waverley Blues and Lilydale next week for a semi-final clash.
Fantastic win out here by Templestowe today. The major goal kickers on the ground were Yanni Kazakis with 3 goals. Also, Christian Trikulja had 3, 2 each to Marcus Young and Mark Seedsman. Singles to McSwain, Swartzer, Abzuri, Mariani and Ari Motta, whilst over at Mulgrave it was 2 goals to Zach Bonney, who kicked them in the third term, 1 each to Peddle, Davidson, Valanas boys each got 1, and Munro also a single. Huge win today. Congratulations, Tempe.
Yeah, I think what will happen, a little bit what I heard from Craig McRae last night, if I was Mulgrave, I wouldn't even review this game. I wouldn't even look at it. I just go, yep, put that away. That's not us. That's not what we're like. Let's go back and look at what we've done well in the past and go with that, because that's now 2 poor losses in a row they've had, the East Burwood and now this one as well. So they need to come up against a plan for next week, and they've got to regroup and regather, because they cannot afford to put up a performance like this again next week. Whereas Templestowe, they'll look away and go, we took a risk. It was a calculated one we thought would work, and it worked absolutely perfectly.
Yep, absolutely. And I hate to say it, but Mulgrave, they're in danger of this being a wasted season. They're now 1 loss away from it being all over, as we see a very tight game out at Premier Division. 2 very tight games, in fact. Vermont by 4 over Berwick currently, and East Ringwood by 2 over Donny East. As we go down to Ryan Long.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. We've got Ryan Giovanini. We've got Carl is with us as well. But Ryan, great. I know the boys are egging on at the moment, but fantastic result for the side. Massive win and a real statement for you guys.
Yeah, it was what we're looking for today. Obviously, we knew it was going to be a tough test, and yeah, they really brought it. But I think the boys pulled through, and we got a good win in the end. So pretty happy.
Absolutely. Obviously, the sides had multiple changes this week with the injuries in the last few rounds of the home and away season, and to get everyone back at this time, it was, I think, from an outside point of view, it was we didn't know if everyone was going to be fit and firing, but it certainly proved to work well today. I think everyone played it really well and played their role.
Yeah, a few extra pool sessions, I think, but yeah, it was it's hard to get it all clicking. We sort of lost 3 towards the end of the year, so we sort of had to make it click in the end, and yeah, it kind of did in the end, so it's pretty fortunate. Yeah.
Absolutely, and obviously next week now you got Surrey Park, another big task, the second semi back here again, but you must be looking forward to another big side in Surrey.
Yeah, they're a good side. We've had a fair few good hit-outs with them, so we're just looking forward to the matchup, and yeah, we'll see what happens on the day. Yeah.
And fantastic performance from you, stepping up in the ruck today. Congratulations on the win and all the best next week.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Just down here with Carl, big Carl Giovanni. What a game you played today. I think you counted around 11 intercept marks today as well. Playing off behind the ball, mate. So talk about that, and also yourself, because you've had a 6-week injury around that point of view. You played in the 2s last week. Is it just good to play consistent footy again today?
Yeah, no, it was just really good just to be back out there. Obviously, a big final. I was lucky it was an upper body injury, and yeah, just able to keep fit and get the running and stuff. But yeah, the change of role, and yeah, yeah, I'm just so grateful just to be back out here on the big stage again. So yeah,
great win. Well, it was spread out, of course, but the main difference, and we just spoke to Big Ryan. We spoke to Big Ryan, but obviously a huge bill to get around with Bo Mitchell, fortunately pulling out with illness, we got told. But are you happy with how, one person goes out, one person comes in? Is that sort of the mentality of, one player is unexcusable, you think about that. But is that sort of thing as well?
Yeah, yeah, so no, we've always had that next man up mentality, and we trust Ryan as well. He's done that role before, like a couple of times, stepping up when Bo's been out, and he's been more than capable. Even done exemplary. So yeah, we back him in, and we just have that next man up mentality, which is just great. Everyone's ready.
Now you're up against the All-Cock.
Blake.
team. How are you going to go next week as well? Because you're 1-1. You're coming into a big final. You beat them last time on this ground last year. What's the thoughts there? Just a quick one.
Yeah, look, yeah, they're credit to them. They're a very good team, and they've probably been the benchmark this year. Yeah, but we back our system and we back ourselves. If we bring the right attitude and we stick to our structures and whatnot, we can. I feel like we're the best team. So, no, it'll be great. It'll be a great hit out. There's a lot of familiarity between the teams. So, yeah, it'll just be good to be back out here and have a crack against them.
Oh, I know you want to sing the song. It's been a while singing this. So congratulations.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Will we get the song, Lee?
Doubt it.
Do you want me? I can go down. I'll quickly go down.
You're already out of range, Blake.
No worries. Back to you.
It's a shame. I really like Templestowe's song. It's a throwback to.
Have a go, Blake. Have a go.
Yeah. I'm not singing.
No. Go down to the room, see if you can get it.
I'll go down.
I sang it quite a few times many years ago.
Yeah.
There's a track winding back to an old-fashioned Jack along the road to Gundaga.
Worst song I've ever heard, I tell you what. It is the worst song, but they sing it well.
Brash was talking about his Heatherdale days in the pre-game, so and knowing that was their song as well. Yeah, so it's a nice song, I think, because you don't hear it at the AFL level.
How's this going, boys?
No.
Got half of it.
What do we? Let's go to Paul Yaconi because there's been some massive scores just finalised in Premier Division. Old mate Brasher's walked up with his chest pouting out at the moment at the back of the box here as looks like Vermont have made their way into third position, Paul.
Yes, Vermont with a 4-point win over Berwick. Vermont 15-7-97 to Berwick 14-9-93, and East Ringwood won over Donny East. East Ringwood 11-12-78 to Donny East 12-4-76, which means that Vermont will be playing Rowville in the first week of the Premier Finals, and they get the double chance. Donny East go down to fourth, and they will play Blackburn in the elimination final.
Spot on there, Paul, and what's some epic games there in Premier Division today, and just some other ones of the updated scores. Rowville have been thumping Balwyn all day. Season over for the Tigers. Whilst it's been pretty close between South Belgrave and Blackburn, a bit of a dead rubber game, but Blackburn leading by 10 points there, and South Croydon running away from Noble Park. And what about some of the...
That game's still going because there was a serious injury in the third too, so they were about a quarter behind.
Okay, and what about some of those important final scores, Paul?
So in Div 1, a final score between Mitcham and Park Orchards. Mitcham 11-9-75 to Park Orchards 9-9-63. In Div 3, Donvale 7-11-53 to the Basin 6-3-39. That game's still going, but it's 23.5 minutes gone the last quarter, you'd think. Donvale from here, and in Div 4, Warrandyte got up over Churnside Park. Warrandyte 10-19-79 to Churnside Park 9-12-66.
10-19's a bit. They need to get their kicking boots on, don't they? That's 29 scoring shots.
Do you wonder how
I believe, yeah, he kicked 4, I believe, Gabriel. So I think he needs 7 on grand final day. Can he do it?
That's going to be an interesting story to follow. I don't doubt that the team that they're playing will be ready for them. As we will head to a break on the other side of this, we'll perhaps talk through some of those scores in detail and have a look forward to tomorrow and the next week.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back out to Walker Park, the MCG of the East, as they like to call it down here at Mitcham. And today it was the Division 2 qualifying final, and it was a huge clash. It was second versus third. It was Templestowe taking on Mulgrave, and didn't Tempe come to play? A monstrous win. They monstered Mulgrave today from go to woe. There's no doubt about that. They did not look like stopping for the whole afternoon, and they're going to take some beating. There's a lot of confidence to come out of this victory. 16 goals, 16, 112 to 7, 4, 46. Templestowe next week will go along and play Surrey Park for a chance in the big dance, whilst Mulgrave, they get a second go at it, which is good for them, and they'll take on the winner of tomorrow's game, which is Waverley Blues and Lilydale. So some more interesting games coming across the weekend.
Definitely, and I think as you summed it up pretty well there, BWS, I think you looked at a team that came out to prove something. Everyone had made comments about players being out and bringing players in and whatever, but from the first bounce, and I think the first contest when Mariani was at the bottom of the pack, and from then on, their attack on the ball and on the player there, and then their use of the football was really good, and Mulgrave just were not able to recover. Even after the first 10 minutes, you could see that Mulgrave's game was just not on, and Tempe have ended up finishing really strongly. They don't look like they've had any injuries. They've got some fitness into 4 or 5 of their players, and I think it's going to be a cracking game next week with them and Surrey Park. It'd be one to really come and have a look at. I think this will be a really good game of footy.
What do you reckon your boys take out of this game today, Pales?
Yeah, look, we know the boys know Templestowe are a really good side, and yes, they've had some crucial, integral players missing in the last sort of month of footy, and you know we've been keeping a close eye on it, obviously, and but yeah, you got to come to play and make sure you're mentally switched on from the get-go, because as they showed today. Literally from the first bounce they were on, and they had a point to prove and put their last 3 weeks of footy behind them.
Will Surrey Park go into next week's game full strength?
Yes, probably bar maybe Ben Woodfull.
Geez, that's going to be a super game as well.
Oh, it will be. I mean, because you'd expect Mitchener, unless he's got a really bad case of man flu, you'd expect him to get up and you know, I don't want to be rude, but probably the rest for him is not a bad thing either, not to have been playing a game. So he comes out, you know, pretty fired up, and then add him into the side. You have a nearly full strength Surrey Park. It becomes a you're 1-1 against 1-1 against each other. So it becomes a really good contest. And you look at both sides; they've got some real strengths in both sides through the middle. The forward lines really are dominant. It'll come down to who probably defends better on the game, because I think both sides have got teams that can really blow other teams apart. And if you can defend against either of them, then you're a chance. But it's going to be fascinating to watch. And you just name some of those blokes in the midfield for both sides, and you've got some fair talent in there. If Dylan Williams starts in the middle with Mann and Smith, and then you've got Fogarty, Mariani, Motta. You've got a bloke that might go through the middle called Ryan Giovanni. Carl Giovanni. Apparently he goes okay. Rumour has it. He goes all right. So, you know, it's going to be going along and watching that for sake of watching footy would be worth the admission itself.
Marcus Young, he can go into the middle as well, of course.
Yep.
It's a big one.
Yep, and I just think it's going to be, you know, big games for guys like Woods. You know, his defensive work is superb, and it'll be good to see him out there. And then it'll be up to who can stop some of the forwards at Surrey, and they've got a plethora of good different sized forwards that really make it difficult to shut down.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting and exciting, I should say, more so, final 3 weeks of the Division 2 final series, and we look forward to that. Of course, tomorrow's game between Waverley Blues and Lilydale will be taking place, amongst many other finals which we'll go into. But as we wrap up this game, let's go through our votes, because we do have a Best on Ground award today. We think it's going to probably be pretty straightforward, but let's do justice to the rest of the players that were on the ground. We're starting, and the winner today, it's the Cryo Eastland Best on Ground, getting a $50 voucher for Cryo Eastland. Just a bit of a tongue twister for me, but I got it out sort of then. But Davo, as we always like to do, we're going to start with your 3, 2 and 1, please.
Well, to be honest, I couldn't get a Mulgrave player into my top 10. To be honest, even though it's kicked a few goals and they tried, some of them tried pretty hard. And there's some apologies to some of the players at Tempe who played some great footy, but I've given 1 vote to Ari Motta. I just thought he provided a bit of a difference through the midfield with his quick feet, his use of the footy. His 1 metre breakout space work was really, really good. So he gets 1 vote from me. 2, and in any other game he was probably best on the ground, but Ryan Giovanni I thought was outstanding in the ruck, dominated in an area that he's been good at, but he was really dominant all the way around the ground. And 3 votes goes to Carl Giovanni, who played one of the better finals I've seen for a long, long time.
Thanks, Davo, for your 3, 2 and 1. Michael Paolini, your 3, 2 and 1 today?
Much the same, just a different order to Davo, but I've given 1 to Ryan. I thought he was superb in the ruck. Literally from the first centre ball up, he was hands first on the footy, gave the Templestowe mids first look, and did some nice stuff around the ground as well. 2 to Ari Motta. Clearances, hit the scoreboard, kicked the goal, used the ball really well, and 3 go to Carl. I think, playing across half-back, I think it's the best game from a half-back at local level I've seen for a while.
An amazing effort it was. Let's cross down to our boundary riders. Blake Tennant, your 3, 2 and 1 this afternoon.
Yes, headset's working, which is great. Okay, I'm going to go 1 vote. I'm going to go to Christian Triculia. I'm going to go with 1. Kick the 3. I agree with you, Davo. I'm going to go Steve Arimotta. I thought he was superb in the middle, but yeah, I don't think you can rule out the big fella in Big Carl. I thought he deserves the 3 votes for me, so that's my 3-2-1.
Great stuff. Ryan Long,
I'll give 1 to Kazakis, kicked a few goals and, I thought he was pretty impressive. 2 to Ryan Giovannini, and I think when you come into the obviously day without Bo, and obviously it's a bigger ask coming into that role, he's an exceptional ruckman, and as it was mentioned in the pre-game with Paul, he's a very good ruckman, and he's just got obviously Bo there with him, who is the best of the division. So he is very underrated. I thought he was fantastic, and can't disagree with Big Carl. Thought he was outstanding, and he is certainly one of, if not the key to Templestowe's September campaign. So 3 to Carl.
Thanks very much, Ryan. And of course, Wayne Brasher, who hosted our pre-match and halftime shows. You've got some votes today, Brash.
Yeah, thanks, BWS. Yeah, look, I like Dave, I couldn't find any room for any Mulgrave players this afternoon. I agree with him. Different order. 1 vote to Steve Ariamotta in the midfield. I thought he was sensational. Didn't put a foot wrong. Made his opponent accountable, and they just couldn't keep up with him. The big boy stood in or deputised for Bo Missioner today, Ryan Giovannini. He was superb around the ground, and his brother just went one better, mate. He just controlled the contest. I would dare say it's one of the better finals football games I've seen from a player, and if he hasn't touched the ball near 50 times, I'll go E.
Thank you very much, Wayne Brasher. And now we move on to the smiling assassin, Josh Ward.
Just when you said that, VWS literally smiled, just because I'm looking at you. 1 vote, I am going to go similar to Brash, but I'm going to give 1 vote to Ryan Giovannini. I thought he did a really exceptional job in the ruck, in the absence of Bo Mitchener, and I can't imagine what this Templestowe lineup will be like once Mitchener comes in. 2 votes to Ari Motta. I thought his drive, and he was one we highlighted in the pre-game, how crucial he is as that link-up player in midfield. And then the 3 votes, you can't go past Big Carl Giovannini.
Well, we're looking like a pretty big clean sweep here as we go to Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, my 1 vote goes to Kazakis. 2 votes go to Ryan Giovannini, and 3 votes to Carl Giovannini.
Jared Beanland, your 3, 2 and 1.
Well, I really like this player. I think he showed a lot of great aggression in the first quarter up forward. I think he's done so well reinventing himself as a forward since coming from Doncaster East. Christian Trikuya, I think it deserves a bit of a mention. So apologies to one of the other 3 blokes that have been getting these consistent votes. That honourable mention will be Ari Motta, because I thought Ryan Giovannini was fantastic in the ruck. He gave them first use consistently, and just stepped into a role with aplomb that is usually filled by someone else. And then Carl Giovannini, the obvious 3 votes.
Well, it's a clean sweep. There's no doubt about that, because my 3, 2 and 1. I'm giving one vote today to Michael Fogarty. I thought he was fantastic for Templestowe, and he's the sort of player that I would want in my side, especially going into a hard final. And he just puts his body on the line non-stop, and the fact that he hadn't got any mention so far, I'm throwing him into my votes today. 2 votes to Ryan Giovannini, 3 votes to Carl Giovannini, which makes it what's that? 9 people voting for 3 votes. That's probably
it's got to be a record.
It's got to be the biggest victory we've ever had by someone taking out a Best on Ground award. Congratulations to Carl Giovannini. He could have sat out the last quarter and a half and still got these 3.
Yeah, he had the 3 votes at half time.
Yeah,
comfortably.
It was unbelievable.
30 kicks at half time.
Really set up the game for them. The Cryo Eastland Best on Ground. Congratulations to Carl Giovannini. I'm sure Blakey will make his way down to the rooms, the Mayor of Montrose, and hand those prizes out. There's no doubt about that.
He'll just interject himself through the room. Excuse me, coming through.
Out of my way. Congratulations, $50 voucher going to him. Well, that wraps up that game. We've got a little bit of time before we go, so I think it's important that we go through some of those scores from around the grounds again, Paul. You've done a great job today working across the stats and, of course, around the ground, so I'm going to throw over to you to take it away and give us those important scores as everyone went local for their footy today.
Yes, starting off, in Premier, Rowville 19-16, 130 to Bowen 10-8-68. That game's still going on. Vermont 15-7-97 to Berwick 14-9-93. Blackburn 13-10-88 to South Belgrave 11-12-78. And East Ringwood 11-12-78 to Donny East 12-4-76. And South Croydon 16-10-106 to Noble Park 8-12-60. That game still going on as well. In Div 1, Mitcham 11-9-75 to Park Orchards 9-9-63. Mitcham into the second semi-final, while Park Orchards are into the first semi-final. In Div 3, Donvale 11-53 to the Basin 6-5-41. Donvale into the grand final, while the Basin will play in the prelim. And finally, in Div 4, Warrandyte 10-19-79 to Chirnside Park 9-12-66. Warrandyte into the grand final, while Chirnside Park are into the prelim.
Fantastic stuff there, Paul. Any major surprises coming through from any of those results today, everyone?
I think a lot of people were tipping the Basin.
Yeah, I think there was. That's a great result from Donvale. A lot of close games. I thought it was a great effort from South Belgrave. They really pushed Blackburn the whole day to 10 points. That's a good effort. But yeah, it would have been great to have seen some of those, because the scores swapped a fair bit from Leeds with the East Ringwood game and the Vermont game. And certainly great games of football to decide the third position on the ladder. I think Warrandyte have finished off Chirnside Park. That's a good finish for them, considering they haven't kicked well. They've got away okay. And Mitcham, well, they've stood up again like we expect them to, but Park Orchards are always there.
Little happy GMAC in the back corner there.
Yes.
I think South Croydon are going to rue. I think Park Orchards are going to rue that real slow start again.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you, Brash, and the fact that they have not lost a game all year by more than 12 points.
No, but kudos to Mitcham.
Did they?
Look, they stuck fat and they were challenged, and once again they've survived and move into a second semi-final next week.
They've always been finals specialists, the Tigers. It's hard to tip against them.
And especially out there, they love Tormore, don't they?
Yeah.
They'd be the only one.
Not wrong there.
Wow.
Sorry, I had to. Let's stick with the Division 1 theme. Wantirna South tomorrow take on Montrose out at Pink's Reserve. A huge game this one will be, with the winner taking on Park Orchards next week.
Yeah, well, I've tipped Wanty South. I just think that if the Big O was playing, I'd probably go with Montrose, but I think he's out. I just don't think they've got the scoring power that Wanty South have got, so I think they just win it tight game.
Even if the Big O wasn't playing, I think I'd still be backing Wanty South. They've beaten them twice, I think both times.
With Big O playing.
Jake Denez, he knows how to play against Oscar. He knows he's got the edge on him throughout the home and away season. And there's, of course, quality as Oscar McInerney is, and as important he is to their structure when they're trying to hold the ball in and such. I can only go on the history, and Wantirna South, they've had Montrose's number. I think they match up really well against them.
I think the midfield battle between Riley, Collier, Dawkins, and I think Figamielli will get the job on him tomorrow. I think that's going to be a crucial matchup for Montrose, I feel.
I reckon the umpires on that game will bring out a red cape, because it's two bulls going to be running at each other in that first bounce, I reckon, those two.
Certainly reckon. Waverley Blues take on Lilydale tomorrow at this venue at Walker Park. This is the big game. Who is the more dangerous side to take on Mulgrave next week?
Waverley Blues.
Yeah. I think Lilydale have done a great job to get where they are. And last week's win was an enormous win for them to take that step. But they're another year away from progressing through finals, I think, whereas Waverley have been sneaking up on sides and have played some pretty solid footy and have not had a lot of injuries in the last couple of weeks. So
their form in the last 3-4 weeks has been super. We played them out at their ground, and you know, it was a high-scoring affair. And I think they either side's be interested to see how they go next week.
I think if Lilydale are going to pose any sort of threat tomorrow, I think young Chili Checkin's going to probably have to play the game of his life, and it's probably a big ask for such a young man at this particular stage of his football development. But they really will. They need a key forward Lilydale to stand up tomorrow.
Yeah, Andre Ryan Bader is there as well. I'm not sure if he necessarily has the mobility to sort of challenge against the Waverley Blues.
I think they've had a lot of they've not had a lot of big scores, and none of their key forwards have kicked 5. It's been Rowan Tucker and these guys that have managed to kick a lot of the goals for them. So it's important, as Brash said, that Zach stands up in the forward line and at least gives them the big contest, because one of the things he'll be up against is probably Oscar Harding. And Harding's is a really good defender because he marks well and he runs off the contest. So that'll be an interesting contest tomorrow as well.
And if Playstick gets on top early, he's always a really good barometer for how well Waverley Blues are going to perform throughout the day.
Yep.
Well, we don't have any time to talk about Divisions 3 or 4, but of course Upper Ferntree Gully take on Knox tomorrow out at Wally Chew. That's going to be a difficult game for Knox, but with funnier things we've seen. And of course Bulleen Temple take on Fair Park out at East Ringwood Reserve tomorrow. Gentlemen, it's time to wrap up the show from out here at Walker Park today. What a fantastic win it was from Templestowe. Disappointing we didn't get the close game that we were after, but at the end of the day we've got to see a class outfit put their best foot forward for a premiership in 2026. Going to start thanking the team, and of course it started this morning with Ryan Long and of course Kate Green out at the women's football. Thank you very much for your hard work. Paul Yaconi in the Stat Centre and around the grounds.
Pleasure.
And of course, Michael Paolini, 2 weeks in a row, mate. You're a fixture on this team. You are welcome back. You are welcome back any time, and all the best for Surrey Park as well next week.
Thanks, BWS. It's been a pleasure to do it alongside you, mate.
Excellent. Great to have you aboard. And of course, Brett Davidson. We'll hear your dulcet tones throughout the week. You'll be back on tomorrow and Friday. You're at the juniors tomorrow.
I'm at the juniors tomorrow, so I'm with Ryan, and Ryan will be calling, and I'll be watching. So yeah, no, looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing Mick up here again. Be difficult when they're playing out there, but it'd be good to hear some of your commentary while they're playing.
Mic him up.
Yeah, so no, it'll be good. Look, and thank you. It was a great game. Not a great game, but a great spectacle in the way that it was called, and you guys did a sensational job today, so thank you.
Thank you, Davo. To Jared Beanland, Blake Tennant, Josh Ward, Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, and of course Kate Green, Megan Green and Lee Green from LKLM Media, the best in the business when it comes to local broadcasting, and we are very grateful to have them on board. It's been a great day out here at Walker Park, and it's the day that Templestowe will remember for some time. Congratulations to the Dockers, and hope your team won.